British English would probably be more likely. Anyways, so today we're going to be checking out Ground of Aces. Full disclosure, this is a sponsored stream. The devs have been kind enough to sponsor me through Daredrop. So, thank you so much for sponsoring Daredrop and Blind Plug Studios. I really do appreciate it. But my understanding of Ground of Aces is that this is a game where it's not so much like a real-time strategy game or anything. We're not going to be like flying our units around and fighting World War II battles or anything like that. But instead, this is more on the logistics side, where you run like your bases and all that kind of stuff. You're trying to make sure you have fuel and supplies and pilots and all that. You do, my understanding, is decide what missions to respond to of some nature. I don't have the specifics around that, but it's a lot more on that end of things and a lot less on, build your barracks, get your troops out, mark your troops, fight your troops like you do other games. Nothing wrong with a good RTS, but there's that whole thing. Now, we do have going on right now that there is a 35% sale for Ground to Aces, making it for here in the US about $20. And then we do also have that going on right now. There is a promo code to unlock an additional skin, which is we do Iron Payload, and we submit that. And it gives me a special skin that doesn't give you any type of like stat advantage or anything. It makes it look different. But that's just a cool thing that the devs have done. I'm going to take 2 quick seconds to look at the various settings here to see if there's any quickly like accessibility stuff, because I do like to cover that. It is interesting that there is actually a cheat menu if you want it. I haven't seen one of those in a long time, and I do appreciate it. You can make the roofs appear and all that. You can adjust screen shake, which I really appreciate. Games without the ability to turn off or turn down screen shake are awful. And otherwise not a whole lot there, but that's not necessarily indicative of a problem. Oh, I see why you're mentioning English, American English, and British English. Right, so that way that the two different populations separated by the same language, that we can actually understand or stuff. I'm going to assume that the American English is a community translation, because no one, even Americans, I say as an American, speaks American English properly. So we do have... I'm assuming that's... Oh, this is probably from linking Twitch stuff. Okay, so that's probably extra road stuff. We've got a roadmap here of stuff coming out. So you look here, this is all the things they've added to the game in the past, where they funded their Kickstarter, they had an alpha, beta, and all that. Then after a little while, they start going, okay, different releases, and all that. And you've got a whole bunch of features they've got planned here. I'm assuming the checkboxes are ones that are done, and the ones that are not checkboxes are the ones that are in progress. I don't know. But there's a lot coming. They've got their roadmap at least as far as February 2027. So that's all the way into next year, and they're continuing to expand. This is an early access game. So without further ado, we're going to go ahead and pop in here. We do have dare drops going, and I did only grab one dare drop to begin with, just because the dare drops that gave actual keys to the game were at their harder ones, so I didn't want to commit to it until I had a better feel for things. But we do need to be watchful that somewhere in our Air Force base there is a dog, and we must assign someone to pet it. It is very important. So with that said, let's go ahead and begin a brand new game. Do we want the tutorial? I have never played before, so yes. Yes, I would. Loading Rafflichfield. Did you know when needing to build multiple copies of an object, keep shift pressed to keep selecting? Classic. Thank you for reviewing the Grounds of Aces on Steam. Tutorial coward. Oh no, absolutely you want to do the tutorials. The number of games that you don't do the tutorials, especially in the games we like to play on the channel, are just devastatingly frustrating to deal with. You're like, I have no idea. Alright. Welcome, Commander. You have been allocated a plot of land to build up an RAF airfield. We supplied the ground crew and a shipment of starter resources to get you going. Establish your Air Force base capabilities. We will continuously supply you with weekly resources and shipments. War supplies are currently in high demand. Make sure you gather and use natural resources in your vicinity efficiently to get started. Build up workbenches, refine natural resources, and useful materials for your mission. It's up to you to be efficient as possible in these dire times. Critical for the Air Force base capabilities are 3 things: designated runway of a minimum tier and free of obstacles, parking spots for your planes in close takeoff vicinity, and sleeping quarters for pilots. Building these is your first task. As a base commander, the morale of your people is a critical success, so you may commit beatings until morale improves. Manage their confidence, energy, and mood by building up a steady cooked food supply, good sleeping quarters, and meaningful downtime activities for breaks. Should your base morale reach critical level, you will be stripped of your responsibilities. Once you have established your Air Force base capabilities, you will receive regular flight missions and weekly orders to do your part in winning the war. Remember, being successful in missions will be key to keeping up morale in your base. Good luck, Commander. Make the RAF proud. Okay, so the first thing I'm noticing is we do not have a pause. Alright, welcome to Ground Aces. This tutorial will guide you through the necessary steps to learn the game. Pay attention to this window, and we will gradually introduce the game's features. Click on the start button below to begin the tutorial. Cool. Here you will see an overview of your field. You can control the camera and view using WASD, mouse wheel, and Q and E, the classics. Is a dog walking near the chair? Maybe. I don't see it now, but maybe it did walk by the chair at some point. Let's get the base at all functional before we hunt for the dog. Oh no, it's like little poofs of smoke when they walk. The base ground crew is the cornerstone of a functioning airfield. You start with a set of starter crew, and you can select them to learn their name, job, and morale. You can also instruct them to directly do specific tasks. Select any crew member by clicking on them with left click. While selecting them, give the crew the go-to order with right click. And I made Nigel get up, and immediately Harold's like, well, that is my seat now. On the right. Oh, dog. Okay. We're doing the most urgent and critical thing for this entire day. Hang on, tutorial. We gotta do this. And there's a checkbox. If someone could clip that, we'll use that for the dare drop later. That one's just for like a background or whatever, so it's probably something I won't even bother with the give out. But I do want to turn in the dare drop so it shows me as having a high percentage completement. The well-being of your people is crucial in these hard times. The morale of all your base inhabitants is combined into your base morale. If your base morale ever gets too low, it's game over, as your base responsibilities will be taken away from you. Hover your mouse over the morale bar to see the game over threshold. Minus 70 is game over. Okay. Gotcha. Let's get started with constructing something. Base structures include buildings, objects, and zones. Let's build an object first. Deselect your crew member and open the objects menu. Props and workbenches. In this menu, you can choose objects to be built in your base. Workbenches are the most important objects. They allow your crew to create new resources by improving and combining basic resources. In the workbench menu, you'll be able to schedule the recipes to work on. I greatly approve of this music. Alright, so this vaguely looks like a parking lot here. Let's not put it in the parking lot. I have no idea where to expect anything. So for right now, we're just going to plunk you down right there. Your crew will immediately begin some swing dancing and cutting a rug and all that good stuff, and automatically try to build the saw station, but they lack the resources to do so. Resources have become scarce since the outbreak of the war, and your base needs, I'm assuming that's a wood symbol, wood to progress. Order your crew to gather resources from nearby things. Grab the harvest tool. Click and drag the harvest tool over objects to collect resources. They regrow over time. Collect everything. Collect it all. If it ain't bolted down, it comes up. And if it is bolted down, get get some bolt cutters or a ratchet or whatever's the appropriate tool, depending on the nature of the bolt and whether or not you have the appropriate size tools. Just everything. If you aren't busy, I want it gone. I want it all gone. Managing your stockpile locations is an important task for a base manager. You can define designated zones to store resources. Once defined, their size can be adjusted using the tools in the area's menu. This music is very distracting in a good way. The HQ has prepared a small area close to the road for you to create your wood stockpile. Let's see, and Zolja can specify areas for purposes. Storage zones, gardening zones, and safety zones. Where to seek shelter when under attack. So storage zone. Select the storage zone. Create a storage zone encompassing 20 tiles. I'm assuming that's where they want it. I also assume I don't want it there. So instead I'm going to put it over here. And it says encompassing 20 tiles. Okay, so it specifically wants 20 tiles. Storage menu. To stop degradation, make sure your storage has a floor and a roof. Select everything. Alright. These are the tools to build structures around your base. With these tools, you can define walls, set doors, floors, put up roofs, decide how big or small all your buildings should be to fit that purpose. Buildings can be made out of tarp, wood, or bricks, and you can also build tall hangars out of metal. So you go ahead and do this. Floor. Okay, so that's where we do that. Walls. And a ceiling. Okay. There we go. We now have pause. Okay. Anything your base crew does will take some time. You can control the flow of time by pausing, fast forwarding, using the time bar. Try out to finish your base faster. Fast forward. I really enjoy games that bring in the old-timey musics. Your crew cannot work the whole day. Excuse me? Not with that attitude. I mean, I don't think the attitude changes everything, but definitely not with that attitude. The day is separated into 3 phases: work, sleep, and leisure. You can change the phases in your schedule screen depending on the needs of the crew. Alright. Let's see, it's interesting that the pausing is locked by the tutorial progress. Though you can see the a complete Magic game newbie accidentally pausing and not knowing how to unpause. Yeah, and it did seem like time instantly advanced when we finished the building, so it does seem like they deliberately are like locking time during the tutorial. Use this menu to define your crews. I'm gonna probably have to adjust the volume of the music here in a moment. The music's great. Use this menu to define your crew's time schedule for every day. So the work, leisure, and sleep time. You need to strike a careful balance between these 3 phases to keep your morale and your crew confident, energy, and mood in check. Cool. And I'm assuming what we'll be able to do later is potentially go and have multiple schedules. Maybe we unlock that later or whatever. Alright, so let me take 2 seconds just to adjust the music volume down a little. Because honestly, I feel like the bass sounds could be a bit higher. Let's bring the music sound down a bunch. Alright. People should have a leisure phase now. Everyone will eat a meal as soon as it begins. Schedule berry bush to be harvested. Schedule the pond for harvest. Oh, don't you worry. I scheduled everything for harvest. Which is probably utterly a mistake. Workbenches? Oh, field kitchen. Alright. Schedule... Alright. Sooner or later, it'll be like, you've scheduled something for harvest. There we go. We just had to keep harvesting everything. We're probably going to starve because we're cut down trees and not get any food. Assigned roles to your crew. While your crew is relaxing, it may be a good idea to do some preparations for tomorrow. Each of your base inhabitants has a role assigned to them. Ensure you have someone working in the kitchen by having at least one person assigned to cooking. So I go here. We're going to deforest all of the UK? Correct. This is a list of every crew member stationed on your base. There are 2 different crew member types, ground crew and air crew. Ground crew will take care of the tasks on your base. Priorities in each task group rank from high to low. You can assign each member a specific job archetype or define their priority yourself. Air crew are pilots and airmen ready for missions at any time. While you can go to them, or you can get them to work crew tasks, you should always make sure they're well rested and in peak condition for mission. The war depends on it. Alright. Crew window. If you are unsatisfied with the job presets, your base crew, you can also change the priorities from the tasks manually. So what do we even have here? Alright, we have a cook, a mechanic, an engineer, a medic, and a laborer. It wants me to... Well, I kind of want to make... I see. So you're the one who's best at cooking. So I make you... Oh, never mind. That's priorities, not how good you are at stuff. Well, I kind of want to deliberately spread that out between stuff, so we have that. Good sleep is critical for your crew, and they are currently need to sleep on the floor. Their morale will continue to decrease. Make sure you build 1 bed per person. Placing them outside is good enough for now. You can also hold shift while building to place multiple objects. Yep, that's no problem. So we got our basic supply stuff here. It really strongly feels like if this isn't already our runway, it will be our runway. So I'm leaning towards most of our infrastructure going here, and then like our plane stuff going there until we outgrow the spot, and then we start becoming frustrated and trying to figure out where to put everything. So we'll have our... Oh, right. It helps if I actually hold shift like it told me I can. No hot bunking? What kind of under-provisioned military is this? Look, man. It's company policy. Okay, so I can't set the ground. It's saying right now our morale is 52 and going down. Okay, so it does look like when they all go to sleep, it automatically fast forwards. So I appreciate that. Nice. The beds are right at the right place where you think the future runway. Well, this is what I'm thinking the runway will be, and we can put the barracks right here, and then we'll probably put like whatever your plane hangar is down there. So that way, when they're like, scramble, they can just run across the runway, all get run over by the planes as they come up the runway. As people aren't paying attention, they will be paying attention. You know, run to there, get their plane, get out. That's what I'm thinking on paper. We definitely want them running across the runway, though, as they're trying to scramble the planes as fast as they can. Just to complicate things. Alright, planks are needed to construct things like furniture or buildings. These can be produced at the new saw station. Yeah. They require tasks and enough resources. You control, well, I mean, it's still waiting on supplies. We are in leisure time. How dare. How dare they have leisure. I love the fact that we have, like, the cook in a chef's outfit is, like, running around out here into the bushes and, like, picking up rocks and all sorts of stuff and storing it. Not doing anything else, just straight up in like, the poofy hat and everything, being like, gotta go mining. I get that that's where you could identify your different peoples that have different aesthetics. It feels very much like a cartoon. Alright, so we're quickly filling up this area. So what I'm going to do is we're going to expand. Alright, well, let's try expanding the building. Workbenches, barracks, buildings, building. Okay, wait, let's try clicking on the wall. So the clicking on the wall doesn't do anything. That's fine. Let's grab the wall. We'll go to floor. It'll expand it out here. Now go to the wall. And actually just put a door here, and this will just be a separate building, like, directly connected to the other one. And then when they get that built, we could turn around and start being like, okay, you know, whatever material stops getting stored in here, and now it gets stored up there. You like that Gerald's wearing a tie for blue-collar work? A true British gentleman? Where's Gerald? We got Nigel wearing their tie. We got Gerald wearing their tie. Can you build a doghouse? I think the dog just does its thing. What you don't realize, the dog's actually General Mutt's. This is actually their base. We just act as their liaison to communicate with people. We lie about it, like we can't actually communicate with the dog, but everyone just kind of goes with it. You probably shouldn't have gone with the max airstrip to start. No, probably not. I also probably shouldn't say, like, strip the Earth of all of its resources immediately on the start either. But, you know, sometimes you gotta make some terrible and egregious mistakes to learn your lesson. I will add here. I'm gonna go for a classic style of barracks. Big long room with cots on either side and nothing else going for it. Okay, well, let them keep building. I assume we would probably not want to bunch our buildings up way too much. If we're able to be attacked, that's one of the ways you mitigate damage in real-life military bases, is not bunch everything into one spot, so it just, you know, doesn't take one or two, you know, solid hits to take it all out. You know, by spreading it out, they have to be a lot like your misses are just going to miss kind of deal. Alright, so morale is caving fast. We're at about 30. I'm not seeing a priority system, which is fine. They're basically building what they can, and I've told them to work on everything. So they are getting their planks, for what it's worth. Because I've told them to take apart and build everything. So we're immediately getting ourselves in the classic RimWorld mistake of where you queue up 1,000 things and nothing gets done that needs doing because they're working on everything else. Is this like event based where we're sending 10 planes your way to refuel? Make sure you have it ready. I think we accept missions later on. Like, we haven't done any of that yet. But later on, we will have missions where it'll be like, you know, we need you to go hit this fuel depot. Or, oh no, this other area is under attack. We need you to scramble your planes to, you know, ward off the bombers or whatever. Like, whatever missions, it's kind of thing. This is where you say that most rifle calibers. I mean, in this case, you'd be probably talking more about bombers. Bombers or strafing runs by smaller planes, I think would be our concern. If we're an Air Force base or whatever, we don't need to be on the front lines. The likelihood of us seeing, like, you know, troops marching on us is pretty negligible. And let's be honest, this is 4 dudes in the wood. If you had any type of military walk on here with rifles, it's bad. It's real bad. Let's see. You like management city building games where there's actually shows your work task percentage? I imagine when it comes like them actually sawing planks, it could work that way. But as far as the building buildings go, like, you can see it building tile by tile kind of thing. I should not have queued this car up. Well, I mean, the car's mostly taken apart now. Meanwhile, there's like one guy's like, hey dude, that's my car. It wasn't even damaged. You just tore up my car. What's wrong with you? The tough war effort out there, son. Every bit of missile needs to go to the mission. But you don't need it, you're not doing anything with it. Yep, every bit of metal. Are you cutting down a tree? Yay, we're finally doing that thing it told me to do at the very beginning, where it was like, hey man, go cut down a tree, and it was like, cut it all down. Purge the earth. I'm suddenly realizing, also by doing like that, we're going to take it all down thing. We definitely put ourselves up in a bad situation, because it did mention that things do degrade outside. As we don't have much storage, and I'm chopping everything outside. Just, it's leisure time, like everyone going to the one pile of rations and just scarfing down. So morale's getting pretty bad. Are those all chairs? No, these are, this is pile of, harp. Which is what we're making our tents and all that out of. It looks like chairs. Yeah, but it's tarp. To be fair, like, when you zoom in, you can distinctly see it as tarp. But yeah, from a distance, it does look very, very chair-esque. Hey, Mark, how's it going? Yeah, so I think once they build this, we're going to make this into another storage room. And then this storage room, we're going to be a bit pickier about what actually goes in here. Alright. So I've got you, so let's go get storage room. Okay. So. I say I was going to be picky about it, but I've changed my mind. It is a storage room for anything you can fit in there. Just get it all in there. Hey, our morale went up for some reason. Also, where do our other 2 people go? I see these 2 running around. Okay, you're over here smacking a rock. That's fair. And you're over here smacking a rock. You like how the roof of the front of the building will shed rain right back into the building? Yep. Yep. Why is our second storage, why is everything going bad? I can't imagine why. Just straight up dumping an entire amount of rain in there. Especially, like, we don't know where we're located, but if this is, like, you know, vaguely World War II or whatever, we could be pretty much anyone in the European theater one would expect. But, you know, if we're, like, in Britain or something like that, then this is just getting dumped rain on. You know, just that steady, dreary, drizzly kind of rain. Well, at least we're getting our barracks started, which will hopefully start improving our gradually imploding morale. So, I think the lesson we're learning here is it is the incorrect decision when you start playing to immediately tell everything in existence to be processed and stored. But we'll keep working at it because at this stage, you know, sunk cost fallacy, I feel no reason to back off. We are actually getting our barracks built, which I think will get our morale to stop imploding. Also, if we demonstrate we're completely and utterly incompetent, this is just strategically how you don't get targeted by the opposing forces. Because the opposing forces are going to take the time to, like, go after some random Air Force base. They're going to be going after the one that actually successfully pushes out missions and all that. It's an actual place in the English Midlands. Gotcha. So yeah, we're definitely getting some drizzly rain to solid rain here and there. You wouldn't drop a bomb on little old me, would you? Well, that's just it. If you got limited resources, are you going to apply them onto the Air Force base that's actually effective? Or the one that you keep seeing it on the map, but as far as you can tell, they don't have a runway or anything functioning on it? Alright. Also, it was absolutely a mistake to be sending us supplies every day. But it's military intelligence. This base looks useless. They must be hiding something of value. Let's bomb it. Right, it's a research base. Was it Lollip who once told that there had been 5 days with significant sunshine by the meteorologic measurement where she was in the past year, and the rest is overcast and rain? I have no idea. Like, I know that's a reputation that here in the US, the Pacific Northwest, it's exactly Burning Sun going to the exact same thing. It's got the same reputation of it's very gray. It doesn't tend to downpour almost ever there. Like, it does happen, but it's pretty rare. But it's just gray and drizzly for, like, 3/4 of the year. And then you get that, like, one little spell of a couple of months where you genuinely get kind of nice bluish skies. And then you go back to gray. Which also, if you've ever been to Michigan, it's like Michigan weather during the not winter. Like, when it's proper winter, the skies can be, like, crystal blue. But a lot of the rest of the year, it's like, how's the weather? Gray and drizzly. Does the Pacific Northwest at least have snow? Almost all of Britain has no snow, only rain. Pacific Northwest tends to get light snow on the not high elevated areas. They don't tend to get a lot of snow. Like, it's not no snow, but it's pretty mild. But if you do get to, like, the higher elevation areas, the mountains, you can find snow that's there steadily. A lot of their fresh water supply actually comes from that snow, that they actually take the snow and they just shove it into areas where it melts to collect in lakes to then be, you know, moved throughout the system. Wait, that's my saw... Oh, no, you haven't constructed it. I was just like, there's 2 boxes. What kind of saw station is this? Right, we're actually getting wood now. That's good. Yeah, if you go inland, like fairly far inland on Oregon and Washington, I believe they get a lot more snow inland quite a ways. So you have like, here's where almost all the people live, then there's the mountain ranges, and then past that, I believe you get decent snow at times. But like anything to the west of those mountain ranges is pretty negligible. You lived in Victoria, British Columbia, for a few years, and it felt weird to be in Canada and have no snow in the winter. Yeah. The mountains in the northwest get lots of snow. You've seen 20 feet of snow on some of the passes. Yeah. Well, that's to go with the differences between like the Pacific Northwest and Michigan. Michigan gets hella snow. Michigan snow can get wild. Yeah, so we're getting pretty close to getting our barracks done. They are starting to get all the materials over here to work on. So it's just a little ambitious on my barracks. Morale seems to be holding at around mid-20s to mid-30s, and it's -70 is when I get a game over. They're managing to hold up pretty okay so far. We do have bean seeds, herbs. Yeah, so we do have some food and all that. But yeah. No, that's, I definitely remember at one point, because I used to live outside of Detroit, and I do remember, I think it was like 92, 93, right before we moved down to Florida, that we had a really bad blizzard go through like the Michigan area, and I remember going out a window to get out of the house because like the snow had like snow drifted against the door, so we had to like go out and around to then, you know, clear the snow off the door before you opened it. You did the whole thing you'd see in the TV show where the person opens the door, they kind of shove the door open, they get like an inch and snow starts coming in, so they close it real fast and they gotta figure out what to do with the snow that's sitting in their house. Alright. We're getting closer, over halfway done with our long barracks here. And we'll get that going, and then we'll finally get our sawmill. Actually, they're starting to move the supplies here right now. Yeah, because we have 207 tarps, and then we're able to make our own planks. And then we'll finally continue the tutorial part. This is on me, by the way. This isn't like game poor design, game balance thing. I did the classic, we started the game and said, do everything. Oh, I'm sorry. You made the cooking station. My apologies. I thought you were making the sawmill. Workbench menu. Your crew can do every order in a queue, one after the other. You can also make orders repeating automatically active until the minimum desired amount exists. Okay, so we want food and purified water. So let's plan for purified water. Produce until the base has 10. Produce until the base has 10. I'm assuming... we want to do it that way. Because my assumption there is that the cook will cook both to purify water and make better food anytime we have less than 10. It does seem like it'll do one, and it'll flip that to the next one, then it'll do one, then it'll flip the next one, which I'm okay with. That's fine. I do wonder... Okay, so this doesn't have an integrity, so the field kitchen can just be out and exposed. And we're getting purified water here. Morale's getting pretty low at 13, but we should have things indoor soon and having not garbage food soon. Yeah, Seattle gets snow, it's a nightmare. Not only because they don't have the infrastructure, but because it's so hilly. Yeah, that's, so Florida very, very, very rarely gets snow. It's not literally never, but it is pretty rare. And most of the time we do, like we go, it's snow, but it's where you see like the snow goes and it hits the ground and instantly melts. But man, when you have snow anywhere in Florida, even if it doesn't even stay on the ground, it is like pandemonium on the roads that nobody knows how to function. And it's like, dude, just drive like it's rain. It's not staying on the ground, it's fine. It's not the end of days or anything, you'll be okay. Versus when you're in actual snow, you got a lot of stuff you got to change with that. We've all seen the videos of people where it's like, especially when the snow melts and then refreezes, melts and refreezes, so it's just like glass. And you see the videos of the cars going only like 5 miles per hour, their wheels are turned this way, and the wheels are spinning the wrong direction or whatever, and the car just keeps sliding. Like, nothing is changing with its acceleration at all, no matter what the person in the car does. Whatever their momentum was, that's where it's going. Alright. Yeah. No, it's definitely one of those ones, like, you're only moving 5. It's just basically to be moving so slow that when your car love taps the car in front of it, at least hopefully it's not going to do damage. There's been many videos you've seen of, like, the person where, like, they get over that hill, they don't realize how slick it is, they get to the other side of the hill, and just one car after the other just slide, thump, slides off the road, slide, thump, slides off the road. You know, some police officer at the top of the hill waving for everyone to slow down and everything, and just being utterly demoralized because it's just one car after another doing the exact same thing. Did I run out of tarps? I did. That's not what you want. Alright, so we're learning lessons here. No, there's still more tarps. I still have 187 tarps. I think they just prioritized the sawmill real quick, which is fine. It's been telling me to make the sawmill do things for a while. Alright, select planks recipe, do this. That's fine. Hit the plus button until it says 20 planks. And I'm going to tell it to keep 20 planks in stock. We need to relieve pressure off HQ being less dependent on their shipment of food rations. We can grow our own food around the base with the gardening zones. HQ has shipped us some bean seeds. Seeds can also be found while growing wild crops around the map. If you ever need more. Plants, except tomatoes, will need to be replanted after harvest. This requires new seeds, so build at least 2 zones, one for seeds and one for food. I see. Define 5-tile gardening zone, let it grow bean seeds. Beans, seeds, start. Beans, food. Let's get an airstrip and your first parking spot. Airstrips require a minimum size and ground type, as well as being unobstructed surface to function. There are big and essential projects. If anything on your base needs to be done quickly, you should prioritize them by right-clicking during the work phase. This will be especially useful once airstrips grow even bigger. Okay, so we need to plan an airstrip. Building an airstrip. Use the runway definition tool to plan the runway. Runways are central structures of an airbase. Let's see, the runway is assigned a tier defined by the length, width, and material. When you meet the minimum requirements in each parameter, your runway will be ready to use. Build parking spot locations for optimal takeoff, and you can order your first plane's crew and officially start running your Air Force base. So I'm going to take the very obvious put your runway here spot. Okay. Runway detail menu. Higher tier runways allow for better planes. However, it might be helpful to build a second runway to be able to upgrade your runway tier capability while still being able to react to missions as they come in. Right, so it's basically being like, hey, be a little bit redundant on your runways. Construction block converting to dirt. Small parking spot. Alright. So start working on all that. They're still working on getting the barracks up and running. And then meanwhile, we've got our chef turned the gardener. We've got queued to harvest everything. So yeah, so I'm definitely overscoping all my projects. But at least with the barracks being that size, I've got a ton of expandability. My assumption is we'll definitely need to move on from tarp barracks till we'll need to get like wood or better later on. But we shall see. I also appreciate that we are definitely... Hey man, could you prioritize at least? Could you prioritize at least one of the seed crop, if you don't mind? Yeah, so morale is starting to get properly low. And I am noticed once the morale starts to get into yellow, they seem to stop working for a minute there. Okay, so we got the one corner there, then it's just putting the roof on. And once we have that, we'll have an indoor barracks, which should help with morale a lot. And then they need to work on the runway and all that. And our supply closet is not full, so that's fine. Okay. So now you're hauling all of this over. And that'll be our tents finally built. We're getting our own rations of just beans. Nothing but beans and berries. As a primary food source from there. Alright. We now have an actual indoor tent. And now you're going getting my runway all made nice. Very relatively speaking. Okay. Yeah, so my assumption of what we'll end up doing is we'll end up expanding our farms more and more as we get a larger population. And again, as we expand, it'll be kind of like in RimWorld where the more whatever defines success in this game you have, whether it's value or whatever, but the better you're doing, the bigger the threats against you will be. Or the more frequent, or however they go about it. Alright, so let's see. So morale was getting pretty scarce. We do now have an indoor barracks, finally. Let's see if that was a huge, huge benefit or a complete waste of my time. It didn't tell me to make it indoor, by the way. That was me being like, our people should have an indoor barracks. Which definitely derailed us way more than I probably should have. Considering I want to say one of the dare drops was to complete the tutorial in 10 minutes. So, if we would have chosen that, we would have failed. Okay, so you got the one last corner of the runway to go. About that. Yeah. Okay, so I am seeing that we have to water the crops, and that's one of our limiting factors for the garden. So we can't just escalate endlessly. The water will be a limiting factor because we need that both to live and to grow our plants. There's going to be at least some level of balance between the two of those. Now, we are getting all of this stone. I'm assuming at some point we'll get concrete or something we make out of the stone or whatever. Alright, so we've got 3 tiny little tiles left here to finish the airstrip. We got that spot. And at that point, we should be good to go for starting to get our, get a plane rented or whatever. Actually, I don't see like straight up money as a mechanic, but get ourselves a plane and then get ourselves a person to, fly the plane and all that, and at least be able to contribute in some capacity. So what are you carrying here? Wood. All right. I'll bite. I'm curious. How are we making a wood? Is it just going to be fenced in, maybe? All right. Okay. Time for your first plane. Planes are always arrive with a full clue, so prepare your base accordingly. Let's get you a gladiator for now, since better planes need victory points and potentially better airstrips. Plane tech tree. There are 3 requirements for ordering planes: planes highest runway tier, free spots, and available victory points. Runway tier. The tier denotes the largest runway on your base. Parking spaces. You'll need at least one of these for parking a spot for the appropriate size for your new plane. Victory point. Every plane has victory point cost. You can gain victory points by successfully flying missions for HQ. So we are going to get the freebie plane. All right. Gloucester Gladiator Mark 1. Manufacturer, Gloucestering Aircraft Company Ltd. Got some basic thing. It's a very small plane. It's got 4 machine guns. It can fly at 414 kilometers per hour, only up to about 10,000 feet, and it can only range about 700 kilometers. Meanwhile, before I forget, let's go into our objects, barracks. And I will actually remember to hold shift this time. So we can expand up to 8 people. Dinky airstrip with 100 parking? Well, yeah, that's where you just have everyone bottlenecked trying to get on the runway and just getting blasted out during trying to take off. All right. Clear Sky Recon. Let's pull up the mission map. Alright. Clear Sky Recon. Difficulty 1-star, formation of whatever. So we will prepare that. This interface to respond to flight missions assigned to your base from HQ. Missions come in several different capability types and difficulties. Some missions might need fighting, bombing, reconning, maneuver, transport, or stealth capabilities. Each mission will have a primary difficulty in one of those stats that needs to be beaten. Make sure you choose planes tactically. Your base morale is heavily influenced by mission results. Mission window. Send capable planes by checking the plane stats and condition. But always be aware that the mission has a chance to go wrong and different stats might be needed. Alright, so new pilot and plane. It still marks you as on the way. How do you have a one plane formation? Well, it's just all the planes everywhere. It's just considered a very, very loose formation. Alright. So we'll have Alfred Fowler. You bring your plane, buddy. 72% chance of success. That's actually pretty low for your tutorial mission. To give you everything and be like, by the way, 1 out of 4 chance, you're gonna fail. That plane just died. All those trees, that plane just died. It's gonna feel bad if he dies in his first mission. Yep. Alright. Yeah, so it looks like we ran out of beans for seeds, but we did get half of the seeding field planted, so that should continue to escalate. Meanwhile, we will continue to devastate the local environment. Because you got nothing else going on. I expect every last one of those to go in your pockets. And when there's no more room in your pockets, I expect you to make bigger pockets. Alright, mission was a success. The plane took 10 hits of damage. The pilot was fine. Recon was complete successfully. Everything looks clear. So your plane took 10 hits of damage despite no combat, alright? So you just beefed it on the runway or something? Put it down a little too hard, now the mechanics gotta, you know, straighten the wheels out and all that good stuff. Ran into a bunch of trees on takeoff. You know what? That's fair. Oh, you know what? We could be smarter about this. All right. You cannot assist your pilots once they are in the air, but you can ensure the planes are well maintained. It seems the Gladiator took some damage and is in need of some small caliber ammo and fuel. It also requires minor repairs. Note that you need repair parts to repair your planes. You can manually schedule maintenance if you need to do things more urgently. Let's see. Order refuel, order repair, order maintenance. How you perform your mission determines how much support you'll receive through shipments each week. In the HQ screen, you can receive requirements as well as customize your upcoming delivery. You need some defenses, so add some Beaufort anti-aircraft guns to your shipment. Open up the HQ menu. The HQ will support a functioning and contributing airfield with regular shipments. Shipments can include regular goods, military resources, military structures. They can customize your shipments that will be delivered every week by choosing what goods get loaded on the truck. To receive shipments, HQ demands a minimum of undertaken missions as well as a percentage of successful missions. Successful missions is key to winning the war. If you fail to meet HQ's quote, you will be getting a strike. 3 strikes will result in your airbase being closed permanently. Ah, I see. Military goods and military structures are items that can only easily get through shipments. These include essential items like base airplane repair parts and AA guns. Large. Do I click and drag? Okay. So I guess we go and get that. Alright. Many planes back then were made wood, so cheap starter planes are probably made out of tarpaulin with a wood frame. And those birds and bugs hitting that up in the freezing air. Okay. Put that near the barracks. That way, you know, when stuff goes down, you can pop out the anti-aircraft gun and start blasting. Yeah, so it looks like there's almost a pressure that you have to keep working on these missions and succeeding at a regular basis. Okay, what is the exclamation mark here about? Oh, the integrity of my food pile is very low. Okay, well, I mean, it's indoors, so there's not a whole lot more I can do about that. We do have more food in there. That's fine. I've already got that set. Alright. So they'll get that built. Once their leisure time is over. Okay. So you'll just generally maintain your plane and all that stuff. Okay. Let's either prioritize building the anti-aircraft gun since that's the objective. Yet another game you plan to get? You're streaming? Great minds. Well, yeah, to be fair, this is a sponsored stream, so they are being kind enough to pay me to stream this and all that good stuff, so this is absolutely sponsored content. I have a very good time with it so far. It very much is like hitting that almost colony builder stuff you get with games like RimWorld and whatnot, but instead of being, you know, that kind of thing, you're based around like a World War II. I think it's a World War II. I have no idea which World War. It's around a war base, like Air Force base in the World War I, World War II time frame. And all that kind of stuff. The safety for base does not only mean guns, it also means keeping your people safe from enemy bombs. A siren is crucial as they increase the early warning time before an enemy strike. Make sure you build one on your base. Also, define the safety zone where people should take shelter in the event of an enemy attack. Lastly, structures like sandbags can shelter people from bomb blasts if they take cover behind them. Alright, so we should go here and build a siren. Let's put the siren to cover this area. Build a safety zone. You're assigned to the safety zone. And we need to plan a wall. Alright. We have confirmation that an attack is incoming. When the alarm sounds, you can scramble your planes. This means your fighters will defend the base, and your bombers and special planes will fly away to safety. With a siren built, you have more time to prepare your defenses. Open the scramble menu. Scramble our squadrons. Get out of here. Send the gladiator to intercept the enemy. Wait for the plane to take off. Come on, single, lone, probably borderline a hair better than papier-mâché plane. We need you in the sky. Also, the chef is ready to get his murder on. Yeah, it's under your options. It is case sensitive. So if you go into the game's options where you set like your volume and all that, I think literally I could do it right here. He's right there. But it is case sensitive. So as a reminder, you can use the promo code Iron Payload, and that's in Pascal case, so capital I, capital P. And hey, Bentley, how's it going? It gives you like an extra skin so you can make your plane look different. It doesn't change how it functions. The enemy attack is in progress. Wait until it's over to assess the damage. But, and all that good stuff. And also, the game is currently about 35% off for here in the US. That means it's about $20. It is early access, but you can go buy it. If you're wanting to wait till it's farther along, you can wishlist it, all that good stuff. Alright. These enemies have been shot down. None. These planes were ordered to intercept the enemy. We have a fighter. These enemies will attack the base. 5 of them. I'm not feeling great about that. I don't feel great about like a full... It's not a full squadron, it's not that many. But like a whole wing would be the term maybe, of planes against 1 anti-aircraft gun, which 3 bombers and 2 others. Alright, so we took care of the 2 fighters. Now I got 3 bombers going in. Luckily they were all terrible and decided the trees needed to be murdered. I like the idea that we did like 1 recon flight from this dirt runway with 5 people living here, and they were like, no, we need to send a whole wing with 3 bombers and 2 fighters to take that out. It seems like your crew, some of your crew got hurt. While people try to go rest once they get injured, they will not be able to help themselves when heavily injured. They might need sick beds and or aid of medicine from medical personnel to recover properly. Above 5 hit points, a character will continue to work as usual, and you can instruct them to rest though. 5 and below, the character will be considered injured and can only do very limited tasks. They will seek out beds to rest in their own. -3 hit points or lower, the character is considered heavily injured and will die quickly if not attended to. Training endurance, only available for aircrew for now, will raise their maximum HP of crew members. Important. Injuries can also happen during missions, so make sure you're prepared in case aircrew returns and needs medical attention. All right, so what's going on with our people? So, Huff here is bleeding out. Why are they murdering my chef? And Harold is going to become a doctor. Be 1, 2. So try and get that sick bed built as fast as we can. Hey Harold, you or Hugh or Huff? You seem like you're not doing great. Who kills the chef? He was manning the AA gun. This is true. He was manning the AA gun, but it's still, there's something about attacking the chef. Even if the chef is fighting back, feels weird. Okay, so bleeding out attempts, takes a little while. What do you mean your confidence is low? Why is your confidence low? Literally, the enemy rolled in there with 2 fighters and 3 bombers. And the AA gun grounded 3 of the 5 of them. The R2 flew off. You handily dispatched that. I mean, I guess you're actively bleeding out, and maybe that undermines your confidence a little bit. But, you know, have you tried being tougher? Also, the idea that they were doing a bombing run and that we sent our interceptor, and our interceptor, you know, lightly damaged one of their planes and then came through just fine, and otherwise is a practically non-participant. You know, I'm not I'm not saying our pilot should do more, but also maybe should do more. Let's get you to refuel when you have time. I wish they had a better idea on how the health is going. Because it said they would bleed out rapidly, and that does seem to be taking its time. Now it could just be because this is tutorial land. I'm trying to get the medical bed built. Yeah, J-Sheep, I have no idea about that plane versus other planes. Like I said, it's not been an area of like expertise or an area that I tend to have like a high level of interest in. So it's just not one of those ones I particularly know. You can probably look at the plane shop to see what's in the game if you wanted. Yeah, I can. Yeah, so you got the Spitfire, Hawker Typhoon. Looks like the Gloucester Meteor, and the Boeing B-17 are like the latest game tech. Got the Flamingo, a short Sterling. And there's the Hawker Hurricane. It was the worst idea of thing. I remember there was I can't remember the name of the plane, but there was one of the planes that they just like oversized the guns on it. That is a whole gimmick that if you opened up with the guns, you would slowly lose speed until you eventually just kind of fell out of the sky because of the sheer force against it. Repairing your base after an enemy attack is important. Your crew will need to clean up debris to make space for repairs. You can designate zones for rubble and trash so unwanted objects get transported away. Enable rubble to be stored in the zone, and enable trash to be stored in the zone. So let's go here, get our storage zone, and I'll put it down here on the other side of the road. Get all this stuff out of here. Put that there. The U.S. made armored cockpits to protect the pilots, since they're very important to save. Yep, alright, well now you're at least in the medical bed, and the doctor's doctoring you. And you seem to be unhappy about it as you squirm around wildly. Okay. As the head of the base, you need to expand your structures for it to shine. Training objects help your air crew to improve. Recreational furniture improves morale in your base. Decorations can make the base truly your own. Alright. So we plan that. It'll make it so they throw darts at the tent where they sleep. Yeah, the Fairchild A-10 Thunderhawk 2 Warthog gun was powerful enough that it could fly backwards if it really tried to, and had infinite ammo. Yeah, that was the one I was thinking about, was like, they actually had things that had to be like, you need to be careful about fully opening up on this, because it could structurally harm the plane if you really go for it. And then also, like, very, very genuinely, there is a point that, you know, it could cause flight issues. Oh, we have to have our flag. We couldn't possibly fly without the, fly without our British flag going. That would make it... Yeah. Alright. You have now learned all the basics you need to start the Air Force. Hire more people in the crew menu with earned victory points for missions. Build water pumps to easily harvest raw water. A tailor station to create tarp. And much more. Keep your crew well fed and rested. Also, so their morale stays high. As you advance in base tiers, you'll receive more frequent and more challenging missions requiring different plays. However, be aware. Building better runways and flying more missions will also receive more dangerous attacks. Make sure to be prepared. Unassigned defensive roles. Oh, when our chef got injured, it took our chef off the defense role. Low water stock, no metalworks or metal workbench, not enough chairs, more planes possible, low seeds. Alright, so now we have a bunch of stuff unlocked. So we've got our kitchen and all that. Got some entertainment. We got the training rooms. We can get our sandbag walls, which we've got going there for defense. Put some windows there. Alright, Psychotic, I hope you had a good one. Good to see you, as always. Alright, so what do we have here? We have intel we've collected, meals, purified water, herbs, raw minerals. We got tons of stone. It mentions not enough chairs. But I don't see anything about chairs anywhere. Schedule, crew, HQ standing. So we do have the ability to hire crew members. I do like the idea of tossing one more crew member here. We don't have the victory points. Never mind, we won't do any of that. Unassigned defensive equipment. But why? So we're making our planks and all that. Oh, okay. There was an OK button hidden behind the prompt there. We've now graduated the tutorial. Attacks have been disabled, so feel free to explore other options available at your own pace. When you're ready, say goodbye to your crew and open the pause menu on the gear. Oh, okay. So we could just go ahead and go to the main menu here. It's like, you did the tutorial, and now, if you want to play for real, you need to play not the tutorial. That's fair enough. Alright, so let's go ahead and new game. No tutorial. Alright. So we can go to Pepper and Porth. Resources are scarce, and the map doesn't feature any starting buildings. But this flat terrains allow a less restricted and quicker airstrip upgrades, recommended for advanced players. That's probably not us. There's also community maps, which is pretty cool. They can get in. We got Debden. Reorganize a previously civilian airfield for use for the RAF. Its pre-existing buildings or nearby food resources offer an easy start, but resources are spread out and surroundings are covered in hedges, suggested for players familiar with the basics. Okay, and then we got the Lichtfield. This is a perfect map for beginners. It has plenty of resources, some existing buildings, and a lush open area for building your first base. And those are the official maps we have so far. We are not doing the tutorial. See, now you're getting the urge to reinstall and play Bomber Crew. Alright, so let's go ahead and start this one. There are map parameters, so we can enable Pro Mode, start with every building already unlocked, initial crew count, initial shipment amount, victory points, gender starter crew. You can randomize 50-50 or all male. What if I wanted all women? Huh? Initial dog count, 3. That's the most critical stat. We'll just leave that alone. Okay, so we're going to go ahead and start a round for realsies. We're doing the round it recommends for new players, which is the same map we're on, except instead of being super tutorialized, we are just going to jump into what they've got. Oh, I mean, what do you think we are? People who are getting absolutely wrecked by the war. Not as in, like, failure on their part, but, like, you know, World War II, mayhaps a little bit rough. What do you mean giving all those doors? We're doing good. I especially appreciated that no one got in the AA gun. Well, Commander, you have been allocated a plot of land near the RAF airfield. We supplied you with a ground crew and a shipment of starter resources to get you going. Establish your airbase capabilities. We will continuously supply. Is this the exact same dialogue we got last time? It is. Build an Air Force base. Alright. Oh no, they damaged the large rock. A brand new, fresh, never before inhabited plot of land. Yeah, this is the first time anyone's ever been here. Don't mind the existing tent and all the craters and all that. Okay. So the first thing it's like, hey man, get your planes planing. I see. So if I go that wide, then it becomes a tier 3 width. I imagine we don't have much benefit of going tier 1 yet. Or more tier 1. So we'll start with that runway. We'll change its direction. And that'll be that. Then we can go here and get a parking spot for tier 1 plane. Okay. So once we establish our airbase capabilities, so what do we even have here? So we've got ourselves a much nicer barracks than I built. Whatever this thing is that's like, yo, here's a chart. That looks almost like a medic's tent. That is a medic's tent. We have way over here a toilet and a television out in the rain. Love to see it, love to see it. We do not have a sawmill or a mess hall or any of these things. I understand. Alright, so it says there is no food, so everyone is going to die. Fair enough. Sometimes you just die. Okay. Do we see... Alright, so I don't have a storage room. Let's deal with the storage room first, because I can't see what exactly we got going on here. Can I... So let's remove the zone. Alright. So we got all this stuff, but they did destroy our storage. So let's go here. We're going to get a storage room. Put 2 spaces between there. And that's going to store everything of importance for us for right now. We're going to go to our buildings. And we can add tarp floors and all that. So unfortunately, I have no context to how much materials I'm going to get of all this stuff yet. I just want to go and get the storage up, because I assume what'll happen is once we build the storage, then we'll start getting to see, like, hey, here's what you're missing and all that. Alright, so let's look at our crew. So it's interesting that it mentioned 8 people, but we actually have 4 people. Hey, Pandorific, thank you so much for the raid. I do appreciate it. We'll put you on the cooking. Yes, we got medical, mechanic, cooking, all that stuff. And all of them will, like, do secondary tasks as well. But I hope you had yourself a good stream. Doing some Subnautica below zero. I assume we're getting right. Ah, there's the other people. All right, well, hang on. We just got ourselves a second cook. So you can go back to, was it field engineer you were before? What roles do we have any roles we're missing? No, it looks like we're good. All right. So we got our 8 starting people. They're all gonna get to work. So we got some basic food and all that. No sheltered storage. I'm already working on that. Let's see here. Do I see water anywhere? Not a lot. Go ahead and rip that up. Okay. So it says we need a kitchen and we need a saw station. Let's get our workbenches. So a field kitchen needs to be outdoor, needs to be indoors. So that's a fancier kitchen. We don't do those fancy kitchens yet. So you have that. I'll put the saw station right there. Okay, we can leave that alone. We're working on... Yeah, so we got everything that it wants we're working on actively right now. We're getting our runway set up. We're getting all that stuff. Maybe you had 8 before the cinematic. That's the kind of the troll thing of it. And very importantly... Oh, I cannot place the flag stand yet. Oh, that's a bummer. Okay, once they get built with that, so let's also go over here. We're going to go to areas, storage zone. I'm going to go down here along this area. We're going to go here. I'm going to tell it to clear all of that out, and that's the trash zone. And then we're also going to need to make sure we have a supply of food. Does it mention any seeds here anywhere? We have 10 bean seeds. And then some sand. So we're going to start down here. I'm going to say beans, seeds, start. I'm going to let them get those ones going. And then we can start ramping things up. All right. Yes, the runway is done. You get close to getting the parking spot sorted out. It is kind of a bummer with the tutorial. They don't just immediately walk you into like being like, okay, there you go to continue. I get it. They were pausing the game and all that sort of stuff to really help you as the player. But it does feel like they could have just been like, yeah, no, it's fine. Just keep going. We're definitely going to need to get our kitchen up and all that. It is interesting that we have the toilet in this one. I'm also wondering with these dirt tracks, if that's something that just happens as we have people running around. Like, if we have people constantly running back and forth through here, will it eventually become dirt? Or is it strictly a thing that just kind of happens cosmetically, like you apply it and decide where to put it? We have repair parts, strong medicine, and we actually have a pretty good number of food rations. Oh, you want me to build more beds? There you go. Really pack them in like sardines. Alright, so now you got that zone going. Let's go over here. And that is going to be beans for food. So I wanted to make sure we got the seeds first because we don't have a lot of spares of those. So I wanted to get it started. Farming right next to the airfield sounds like a bad health choice. To be fair, the idea that you're going to be farming on your airfield to support your people seems impractical to me. Because of all the logistics that goes into farming and getting a proper amount of food to feed a bunch of people and how long it takes to grow a crop, it definitely feels like it's much easier to load up one truck of produce and get it here than all the logistics around trying to grow crops locally. But it's a video game, so who cares? But yeah, no, you'd definitely be getting, you know, fuel runoff, oil runoff, you know, if you're getting targeted, whatever crap gets dropped down on the field, all that kind of stuff. Yeah, it would definitely not be conducive of a long, healthy life. You would likely be facing a whole range of contaminants. I'll have to answer that in a little bit. Actually, we're in an ad break. I'll answer that real fast. So, what day should be good for that? Some off-stream stuff I gotta worry about. Yeah, that should be good. Okay, so it does seem like the game does not like alt-tabbing very much. Not a bad way, just minimize way. Let's see. I should... Okay. It's just... I have family who is moving, and it's just like from one town to the other, and I offered to help. They're like, what does this day work? It's like, man, I don't know off the top of my head. But I know they're trying to plan everything, so I don't want to hold it up. But yeah, so this has been pretty fun so far. Like I said, I'm very much enjoying it. It does have a similar flow to like RimWorld or games like that. Except instead of like, you know, in RimWorld you go, oh no, you're under attack. You kind of go to not real-time strategy because you can pause and all that. But like, you know, the whole thing where you like move your troops and put them behind cover. You get rid of that. And instead it's like, oh no, you're under attack, and you just put people on the AA guns or have them go to ground or whatever there. It's definitely way more on the logistics. But then, you know, for the counter, it does expand where you need to go and have, like, where you're going to park your planes, and they need to go do missions, that you have to do the missions to support the war effort. If you fail to do so, eventually you'll get punished in the, you lose the game. Okay, so it looks like I can have up to 12 victory points, and I have 0. So they're almost done getting that parking spot ready. We're getting all that sorted. Yeah, have them take down all of the area immediately around the toilet. That'll be the first victim of deforestation operations. Because then I figure we can move a lot of the ancillary-based stuff over there. Alright, so we need the parking base and all that. It is saying we need the parking spot, so the next thing we need is we need the saw thing, and we also need some chairs. So I believe that's under here. I could also see a thing that once we get this set up, yeah, I mean, that's set up there. How much tarp do we have left? 77? We could work on starting to get a tarp area over here and get a mess hall. It's not super convenient to the kitchen. Well, no, actually, we should probably make it convenient to the kitchen, shouldn't we? Alright, so what we can do here is right now we can leave them alone. We can go over here, go buildings, do this. Make sure there's a bit of room between the other buildings. The mess hall probably doesn't need to be huge. But we definitely need it to be a decent size. We'll give it 2 doors going in. And some window flaps. Let's try placing that roof again. I keep clicking through these menus wrong and it's a me problem. Also, I keep trying to click on the roof the same way you do with the tile, the walls. The walls, you put them on the corners and the sides of the tile to draw it around, but the roof is like the square itself. So it is a kind of an on-me thing, but I keep doing that. And then here we would want the furniture. So we don't yet have what I would need to set up a proper mess hall. Click and drag to destruction tool to destroy objects. This can yield resources, but permanently prevent growth of natural resources. I see. So one thing we'll probably want to do, yeah, I was thinking that exactly beside us. Once they're done with this, we can grab the TV, plunk it in here, and grab these outdoor chairs and plunk them in here. Okay. So I've got all that moved over. We're just waiting on this parking spot, which is waiting on wood. And the wood is waiting on that. And that's waiting on... Sorry. This is waiting on planks. And all that. So one thing we could do is say harvest. Get these fences and these cars out of here. Nobody wants them. Okay, we'd have plenty of storage still in there, so we're not worried about that. Okay, we've almost got all the bean seeds planted. Which will be fine, because like I said, we'll harvest these ones. That should give me 25 seeds. And then we would plant the next batch. And eventually we would need to increase the size of both those areas and yada yada. Also potentially get more variety of things. We could also go in here. Gotcha. So we don't have access to any of these things. A fireplace affects chill, increases mood. Needs to be placed outdoors. Gotcha. So you can make like a little fire pit spot over here or something like that at some point. We don't have any of the exercise equipment available yet. We didn't see how we get that stuff unlocked, but we'll figure it out. A brick station, a metalworking station, and a bunch of the other stuff. We'll want all that. Let's get our plane sorted first, because I assume eventually they'll be like, we need you to send a plane to scout for us. It'll be like, yeah, we don't have planes. We'll be like, the hell kind of airfield is this if you don't have planes? You're fired for incompetence. Okay, so we're gonna run out of tarps, that's fine. We'll work on getting all that sorted out later. We got beans, though, yep. Hey man, that's our contribution to the war effort. You wanted an airfield, but we gave you a farm. Someone had to do that job. You know, everyone scatters over the tree line to start ripping everything out of the ground. Alright, so it's down to the saw station and the getting the last of the plane stuff up, which is basically just getting that parking spot though. And whatnot. And then we get our plane out, and then we should start seeing missions fairly soon. And one thing we'll also do, well, it's not an immediate priority, I'm going to plan for a set of 3 planes. Because we should be able to get 3 of those really crappy starting planes, so that we can actually set out like a flight of them or whatever, and not just send one by itself. The one person just standing by the flag, saluting it again and again. That's what they did for their leisure time. Is they woke up and they started saluting. Alright. Yeah, so we got 5 more bean seeds to still plant, which they're working on. We are collecting herbs and a bunch of other stuff. And it looks like they're finally getting this built. I also just realized I don't have this field kitchen doing literally anything. So, you keep doing that until you got 10 of each. And then you have here. You do that till you have 20. Alright, and now it's complaining about my lack of metalworking bench, so we'll go ahead and get that going. Put the brick bench here as well. I'm assuming at some point we'll want to swap out our, like, you know, our canvas tent kind of stuff and move over to actually having more permanent structures. They're like, yeah, you know, a quick slapped up base that you're just doing really fast to just have a place for planes to land and go, you might not want those, but long term, if you're gonna have a long-term base there, it's gonna need to be polished up and all that. There, so the cook is actually giving us that water again. I keep waiting for it to be like, pending missions, and be like, you need to give me a minute. We're at least getting it done now. We've got almost all the wood for our parking spots. And once that happens, we can start getting our planes going. Low water stock. There's water over there. I think this is what we're dealing with for a minute. There's water over here. Yeah, I think this is what we're dealing with till we get better tech. Which I'm assuming there'll be some type of progression. I see. There'll be some type of progression with the technology where you unlock stuff either through progression in the sorties or time goes on, or like as we do missions, we'll get them. I'm not sure exactly how it'll end up working, but there's a lot of stuff that has locks on it, or it'll be the victory points. Yeah, like that's got a lock on it. It could also be this is an early access version of the game, so it could be some of those things are locked behind early access stuff. No, because we already had the sirens and all that. So we'll do something to get access to those. Which we'll figure out what that is. Alright, we really need to get this plane going. I keep just waiting for that mission to show up. So, do you think all the other people working at the Air Force base and all that, you know, they're sitting there eating their beans, eating their rations, watching a little television, and you've got the one person in the group that's like, all right, guys, I gotta go do my morning routine. This like goes to the statue, just like keeps going like this. And I was like, oh man, what a nerd. What an absolute nerd. Why do we keep Carl around here? Alright. Nerds are hot. I mean, like, generally being a nerd is a good thing, because that just means having a high interest in whatever. But it's just, I don't know. It's just for me the idea, like, someone, it's like every morning they go out and they just salute their flag every morning and just, like, stand there and just salute for, like, 10, 20, 30 minutes. They're like, come on, man. There's a certain point where maybe that's not what you need to be doing with your day. Like, again, and that's your leisure time. That's not like, oh, this is just the way we do that to, like, bolster whatever, or, you know, that kind of thing. It's like, no, this is the whole thing we got going on here. So, they are working on getting the planks. It is one of those things that they got the planks split between the multiple stops. Used to be a bad thing in your mom's time? Why? It's a classic game issue where they don't prioritize. I mean, I could go to one of these and be like, prioritize this one, but it's like, alright, that's fine, just work on it. So get the metalworking bench up. I'm not going to worry about the cement mixer yet, because we have low water stocks. I'm not seeing new things unlock yet. Yeah, because now it's mentioning the cement mixer, but we don't actually have access to it. It's got more planks coming. They have enough wood in there to have, I believe, 2 of those done, but they've divided it between 3. It's fine. Until it says, like, pending mission, you'll be like, oh, come on, hang on, wait a second. Alright. So what should happen here is we should have enough materials to get the last of the planks we need to probably get 2, if not all 3 of those up and running. And like I said, it seems like the crappiest planes don't require any victory points, so I might get a trio of them. Okay, well actually I take that back. With multiple of those, it's going to increase my fuel costs. We'll have to see. We need to watch for a lot of that stuff. Alright, so we're watering all the crops using our already limited watering supply. That said, I do have multiple ponds all queued to harvest, so I hopefully keep getting those, and those do seem to be renewable. You trolls. Okay. These two get one more handful of that. Connection is acting up again. That's unfortunate. Like, I think some of the frame skips and all that is when I get like a message on the back, I just want to double check to make sure everything's on the up and up. That it does make the whole thing hiccup. That it is making OBS angry when I alt tab out of it. So I'm trying not to. So that could very well be on my end, that it just seems like the game, when I click out and click back in, it takes a moment for OBS to settle, which I think would give me a bunch of... I'm not actually showing actual frame drops, but... Alright. So I've got the parking space ready. Let's go ahead and get our plane. So we got our freebie plane. So bring it over, Ken O'Neill. Success! Establish airbase capabilities. We now have a small fuel tank, a sick bed, a small flag, a toilet, a wind hose, and a medium parking space. Alright, so you want me to craft some planks and harvest some wood. Well, that's going to happen in seconds anyways. Not enough chairs. Well, they're still building their chairs. You've got low seeds. So I've got the small fuel tank, which requires cement. Is it just Twitch? Like I said, I think it might be when I'm alt-tabbing out of the game. I think that might be what happens, is I need to not alt-tab out of the game. Because that might, like, it does seem like it's making the game, like, the OBS hitch and all that. So it might genuinely be on my end that I need to not click off the game. So you want concrete for that, which I don't have. I'll still place it for now. If we go to this, we choose to order another plane. I could choose to bring more than one plane if we want. And we'll leave it at just the two of those crappy planes right now. Now we don't have access to the mixer. Yeah, we do have the sick bed. I was pretty sure that's a sick bed right here. Yes, we already have a sick bed there. We can get better tables and all that. Does have literally the same information for them, with the only difference being one takes all planks and not much tarps. And it appears if I do this, I'll boost morale. Alright, if we harvest one more tree, that'll complete that objective. And that'll unlock the next thing. We got a pair of planes ready. And then my assumption is the medium plane spots will be for your smaller bombers and all that kind of stuff. We have no victory points, so we've only got the crappiest planes. You want to be a little careful about getting a bunch of these. The tier 1 fighters. We have temperate land. Gotcha. So if we shoot down planes and run successful missions, we can change the plane's paint style. So you get a word for success with like cosmetic stuff. We don't see any seeds. We have plenty of food. Water is not great. It's not gone down. This might be one of those things where you go to this bench. That's raw water. Gotcha, you got raw and purified. That's fine. And it's marking the raw water, so we don't want to tell it to purify more. So one thing we'll definitely go thing. Can't get the stream to load. It's just me or Twitch twitching. I guess everyone's having problems. So I'm seeing nothing on my end. Just checking to see what's going on with it. I'm just trying to see real fast. Okay, so it's loading really, really slowly. Like, really, really slowly when I tune to the stream. Keeps having to load and reload. Yeah, it took me a hot minute to get a load. And I did see that it was affecting my stream where it seemed other ones aren't, but I'm not seeing any connection issues. Like, the connection is solid green bars across the way. About 6,000 kilobit per second, no frame dropped. Which would be a really bummer, because, like, one, it's a sponsored segment and all that. And usually with a lot of this, there's not a whole lot you could do on my end. Let's see. So we did get the cement mixer. First, we want to get the resources. They've got the water pump. So we got the pump here. I mean, the only thing I could think is deliberately, like, kicking the stream off and back on again kind of thing, which would definitely be a bummer if I have to do that. Let's go ahead and we'll put the water pump there. We will see if it sorts out, because the only thing I can do is change the ingest server, and if to do that I have to end the entire stream, which is real bad. Dropping stream has got, like, very significant implications, so it's not that it's a never do or whatever, but it's definitely a thing that really, really negatively impacts things. Medicine cabinet. So these all organized workspaces and all that. We've got that stuff there. We can get nicer chairs. Yes, this one gets slightly better energy. Yeah, okay, there's a bunch of stuff there. Then yeah, it's probably nothing I can do about. This is actually one of the things that kind of sucks as a content creator. Is one of the things that determines what opportunities you get is what's known as your CCV and all that kind of stuff. So when this kind of stuff happens, there's jack all you could do about it. But it is definitely one of those things that can, it could massively impact things. Okay, so passive. Passive weather knowledge affects broad airplane radius. Increases confidence. Okay, we'll put that by the airfield. It's been happening all day, to be honest. That sucks. Gotcha. Okay, well, if it's on a bunch of channels, that, you know, does make me feel a bit better. Like, it sucks that that's happening, but when it's just you, you're like, okay, is, like, my internet, like, do I need to call my ISP? Do, like, what's the plan of action and all that? If it's a broader problem, it's like, okay, well, it's still a problem. It still sucks, but at least it's not something on my end that, like, my own failure, my own thing I gotta look into and sort out. It is interesting to me that they're having all those drops. Finally, a moment of rest after a long day of hard work. Everyone's mood improves. Okay. And they're still harvesting everything. Yeah, so we're working on getting the cement up, because with that I can get the water pump. And I'm assuming what says affects water plant. Ah, you require bricks and cement, not lumber. That'll be an interesting consideration. Alright, so let's go here. You make bricks, and try and keep yourself having at least 10 in stock. You make metal, try to keep 10 in stock. You make machinery, try to keep 10 in stock. And these might be mistakes. Some of these might be like massively expensive materials and all that. Gotcha. So, yes, if the VOD's saving fine, then that means it's not between me and Twitch. And at least that means like the ingest side's working. So that would sound like to me like there's an issue going on with like the Twitch, Twitch to the player on the live side. What you're saying is you can go back like just a tiny bit, so you're slightly delayed on the stream, but it goes smoothly then. Interesting. You're working on getting the metal and all that. You're continuing to harvest all the nearby materials. They're basically waiting for the first mission to show up. Because we got our airfield, but there's no missions available. I guess one thing we can also do while we wait is this is only good for smaller missions. You go runway here, airstrip. How big do you have to be to support big planes? Okay. So 200 there. Needs to be placed on even terrain. So there's like just barely can't go there. There's like a ledge there. Alright, because what I was going to do is I was going to make one runway go one way and one runway go the other way here. So that we could turn around and start building like room for the big stuff. Yeah, it looks like this is a hill over here on this side. I'm wondering if it'll let you even terrain later. Not that this is a project I expect them to get done anytime soon. But it's just the idea, it's like, hey, you can just work on this in the meantime. Let's go way up here. I do wish it was easier to tell where we do and don't have, even terrain. Oh, there's a building over here. What are you? You were just in our toilet out in the middle of nowhere. Okay, fair enough. Alright, so that's the limit on the even terrain here. So we can go up here, choose a runway. Come on, let me do it. There's just not enough room to do it. It's fine. We'll leave it alone. I wanted to set that up. What we'll do is we'll just go for like a 2 or a 3 size plane. We'll do what it's going to do at the beginning. We're just going to worry about... Well, dirt can only do that, so we won't worry about that. We'll wait till we get better materials so we can go for bigger planes there. So we got a mission. Island competition. Difficulty 1. Prepare. we can go ahead and add a pilot to the competition. See to be slightly better. There is an estimated 57% chance of success. And I'm only allowed to send one. That's not great. Alright, so we're continuing to get the raw water collected. So it'll help a little bit. We're gonna have them making bricks and all sorts of stuff. This wants clay. I don't think we've seen clay, have we? I'd assume clay is... That's a clay pit, okay. We will tell them to go collect the clay and sand from here. That'll be something to do on the list. And you have devastated this entire ecosystem. Well done, team. We reminded nature where it stands. Mission failed. We didn't win, but we showed a great effort. We'll do better next time. It lowered your mood and your confidence. Okay, that was a weird one. Okay. The cement mixer is just waiting on planks. Which we do have queued up. It's just a matter of here, we're just kind of waiting for all that stuff. We can go to HQ. Alright. We don't have any requirements for week 1. So for here... Yeah, that replaced a bunch of the metal. Let's leave the anti-aircraft gun away for right now. Yeah, no, it's just Twitch having issues. Like, there's nothing we can do about it on our side. Oh yeah, no, it's absolutely decimated the channel. It's dropped our viewership to like a third. That sucks. Well, at least it didn't start acting up until we basically had already finished the sponsored segment, so at least we got through that part before the whole thing started catching up, having problems. It is always one of the risks that sponsors have when they do that. And I can't change the message of the day or anything because that it's a sponsored segment or whatever. But yeah, it sounds like if you just go to the VOD, like you just take your thing on the slider and you just slide it back a minute. I know that's not the same as watching live, but it sounds like that resolves it. That there's some type of major outage happening on Twitch's side. Okay. You're watching the VOD on a 2-minute delay? Yeah, it sounds like that's gonna be a whole thing. Which normally, like I said, what I'd do... Well, I mean, at this point, we've technically finished the sponsor obligation. So what I'm gonna do is I'll probably go and update the message, because I'm willing to bet the sponsors... It's 50-50. Let me adjust the pin message here. Twitch is twitching if you scrub the stream back a minute or so, it works better for now. And then we can put the rest of the thing right there. It'll pin that instead. So yeah, both the sponsor message and it'd be like, hey, that. Yeah, no, for what you're, like, for people who aren't reading that, if you take the stream and you take the VOD and you go back just like a minute or so, so yeah, you're like you're not live, you just go to the bottom, you just take it back like you're trying to go back to what you missed, but go back just a minute or so, it does seem like that does help. It's not just Twitch. Other websites are experiencing outages and such. Ah, gotcha. So there's some like underlying technology outage or something like that. Gotcha. You think just a few second delay? Yeah, so it seems to be smoothing things out, because it does seem like people are able to go back and see what got missed. Alright, so we got a recon mission. So if we send O'Neill, that gives me a 90%. If we send you as well, that gives me pretty much a 100%. Oh, it's 42 fuel regardless of how many planes they send. Huh. Okay. That's weird. I would have expected the fuel cost to double. Alright, get out of here, you pilots. There's some DDoS thing going on? Don't know. Like, just literally, YouTube seems to be going alright for now. Well, that's good to know. Yeah, no, I'm imagining it's probably like whatever infrastructure Twitch is using on the back end, it's probably the other stuff using that same infrastructure. Could be a denial of service, could be an outage, could be a whole bunch of things. You never know. That all gets like the post-mortem thing where they go, here's what happened, here's why it happened. In some cases, it just need you just need a few seconds. Just hit the arrow back. That seemed to be fine. Gotcha. So meanwhile, while we're waiting, I'm gonna go ahead and tell them to do another airstrip. Let's just try and get to level 2. The level... So sand is a level 2. Gravel's a level 3. So we'll have sand. That's a lot of sand. We'll change direction on that. So that'll be a thing for later. And then we could do over here. Oh, you already have that one in place. I wasn't sure if it placed right or not. That is a long hang there. Okay. There we go. Alright. Did you have the same problem about a week across this? And to a lesser degree, maybe 10% as much failure. Amazon, Microsoft, and something else. But it may have been restricted to Germany. Yeah, we'll see. We'll see if this lets up here in a minute. If not, what I'll probably do is I'll probably stop stream, switch ingest servers, and try again. Because right now, we've gone from almost 200 viewers to about 45. And so the whole reason you don't stop stream in the middle of switch ingest is because you lose usually around a half to a third of your viewership instantly when you do it. But if I've already lost 75% of the viewership because Twitch is on fire, you know, there ain't a whole lot I can do about that. I've already taken the damage. But we'll just give it another minute. And then we'll go ahead and do that. Alright, mission successful. We got a victory point, a debrief, and all that stuff. We did a recon, everything looked clear. So that is our first victory point. So let's look at our plane store. So at 3 victory points, we can get ourselves... Let's see, so we've got a Hurricane, which is a fighter. You are a multi-roll. Gotcha, so our multi-roll are the ones that can fill in, and then those are bombers. And then special, which I don't know about it. Yeah, and people are saying it is happening to a bunch of people. Can I get someone who is not based here in the US? If I can get someone to check if they tune into someone who is outside the US, are they seeing that same problem? Because, like, I'm just trying to isolate if it is an ingest server, that's easy to work around. I would end stream, switch the ingest server, and we're good. But if someone's like streaming over in Germany and watching over Germany, they will be on a different ingest server, and if they're also having a problem, that means I can switch ingest servers all day long, and it's not going to do me any good. Yeah, no, Itchy Tenma, it's definitely Twitch side. Like, so switching to your phone or desktop or all that's not going to matter. It does seem like scrubbing back to like watch the VOD side of it as opposed to watching live does seem to help from what I'm hearing. And all that. We're gonna get a third of these planes because there's no real consequence. I don't see a reason to not get more of the same plane. Other than, I guess, people. Getting too many people on our site. Which is honestly a very valid concern. But we seem to be doing good, like the water's good, we're getting more bean seeds and all that. We got a bunch of them who are working on gradually clearing out our second airfield and all that. So that we'll be able to get larger planes when the need comes. Neil McGregor found a rather small spider in a woodpile and is now running away. Okay. Yeah, no, it's a Twitch issue. Yep, no, it's a Twitch issue. Like, I think we've assessed that much. It's just a matter if it's like, hey, Twitch, this server or that server, like, ingest server's having a problem, if it's, like, holistically all of Twitch. Because, like I said, if someone can... Like, if we're able to check out other channels and it's working fine, like, again, you know, especially outside the US, then switching the ingest server wouldn't potentially fix it. But if it's having the issue on our channels, that means there's nothing I can do. But the problem that we speculate is that Mini German Pacific was 8 days ago. I don't think this is the same infrastructure, at least not the same thing. Light Fighter Interceptor. Alright, so if we send you... Why can't I send you? 96% chance of success. Oh. And you're going to take a lot of damage as part of this. Alright, go do it. Yeah, no, what I'm asking is if we have anyone who is outside of the US, if I can get you to check another... Alright, so what we're going to try doing here, chat, is I'm going to pause the stream. I'm going to go ahead and, let's see, some other clan work, some area doing the same thing. I don't know what those words mean. I'm going to be honest with you, Jenna. Oh, some other chan work, some doing the same thing. Yeah, that's the reason I was specifically saying, you know, 4 channels that are outside the US, because that means we'll be on different ingest servers. But I'm going to try doing, because at this point our viewership's down to about 30 people. We were at 200 before all this crap started going. So I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to kill the stream, switch ingest servers, and bring it back up. So I'm going to do that real fast. I'll be back in just a minute. Okay. We'll see how that goes. Gave the server... I'll do the announcement thing. Gave the server a kick. Trying a different ingest server. Actually, I don't want to use that. We can do... Unpin that message. We'll do this. What's it? Announcement. Refresh your streams. Switched ingest servers. Okay. So we'll see how that goes. But yeah, for those who missed what happened, basically it seems like maybe the East Coast servers are on fire, or there's some infrastructure failure. I kicked over to the server based in Oregon because I definitely wasn't on that one. Because they didn't want to go all the way up to like over the Atlantic and everything, because then we'd have all sorts of weird latency stuff. If we had to, that's fine. But going to the West Coast shouldn't be too bad. And I just wanted to make sure, because there's unlikely, but there would be a chance I could be connected to the Central, not Central America, like the mountain servers and all that. But so we just went all the way to the West Coast, and we'll see how that goes. But so yeah, it seems better. Well, that's interesting. We'll see what happens. I'm gonna try and snooze the ad once. But because the stream did start over, as you saw, like the first, second, and third all became available again. But it will reset the ad timer, so you're gonna get hit with another round of ads. I do apologize about that. Let's see. The enemy is spotted in front of us. They are unaware. Engaging. Do you need to restart YouTube? No, I should not need to restart YouTube. Well, actually, that is a good question. I don't think I need to restart YouTube. Is someone able to verify that it all worked? Hey, successful. Like, someone able to, like, pop over and just make sure the YouTube is caught up? YouTube is fine. Yeah, I was gonna say, I don't think, because of the way it ended, I think that's fine. Alright. So let's check out our planes. So you took a tiny bit of damage. What about you? You took no damage. So we got lucky. We're supposed to get anywhere from a lot of damage to a little damage, and we got a little damage. So we're working on getting ourselves a second runway. It's going to be a higher quality one, able to handle medium planes. We did get ourselves another victory point. So in one more victory point, we should be able to get that done. And with that, we should be able to go ahead and receive some stuff from HQ. Let's actually check the HQ stuff. Alright, so we need to get the anti-aircraft gun. Quick review, what have you missed in the last 10-15 minutes? Gotcha. I mean, other than Twitch being on fire, it's mostly just been... I did send one round of the planes going out that we just went to chase off some enemies from another group. Which we just went, it was like a 96% chance of success. What else do we miss? Not a whole lot. We're still building what's going to be like our kind of rec space and all that. I did start queuing up a level 2 runway, so it's going to be a sand runway. That'll handle medium planes. So we're going to go ahead and work on that. We didn't get anything here telling me to do it. I'm just doing it because I need all these resources anyways, and I can just rip all those resources up and put them to use. Oh, did you finally get the brick thing made? Oh, sorry, cement thing. We'll tell it to keep 10 cement in stock. But yeah, not a whole lot has changed in that. Alright, rainy day recon. So 88% chance of success. I also came to the realization that adding more planes to my missions does nothing about that. Okay. So there's potential for a lot of damage to our planes. Which is interesting. So we'll go ahead and send our combined forces to do this. But it is... Oh, I see. Oh, okay, so it is going to take the plane. That was earlier what said, like, 39 fuel required. And I'm like, okay, but really doesn't need a big thing. So we're going to send you by yourself. You've got an 88% chance of success. That's pretty good. Well, I mean, you know what? Because I'm debating if I want to send extra. Because the catch there is going to be the potential risk of damage and fuel consumption. I am burning more fuel than I necessarily need to. We'll lean towards guaranteeing ourselves, or as close as we can to guaranteeing ourselves success, but maybe less resource efficient. All right. So in one more victory point, I should be able to acquire my first upgraded plane. So we'll be able to go in here and get one of these planes that's worth 3. We can get the Hurricane. Which my assumption is the Hurricane is just a better plane, so that's 18 to 25. So this one actually has a lower bombing score, but it looks like most of the other stuff is just better. Now you've got a much higher bombing score. You're considered a multi-role. Yeah, let's aim to try and get ourselves some pretty good multi-role planes, and lean away from just having like specialized, at least in the earlier stuff. Do we need to put the pin message back up? I shouldn't super need to. I'm gonna go ahead and put it back up. Let's see. Yeah, let's go ahead and even though like we're past the obligation from the sponsorship, I'm down to keep doing this. So I'll do dare drop. I'll go ahead and put it up. Because for the record, I didn't say it during the sponsored segment, and that's on me. I should have. If you do click that link at the top, it does very much help. All it is when you go and it takes you over to the Steam page. It just lets you know you got through there. And it lets the devs know that you got to see their game, you know, via the channel and all that, which does help, you know, justify future potential sponsoring opportunities. And very genuinely, these sponsorships end up doing an incredible amount to help me continue doing this. Well, it's not an exact science because there's a lot of variability to it. Usually, on the average, about 2.5 to 3 sponsored segments, like the one we've been doing here today, is enough to be able to pay me more than my entire Twitch income from Twitch itself. So that's your ads, your subs, your bits. It only takes about 2.5 to 3 sponsors, give or take again, because some months we have, like, you know, someone drops in here and drops 100 subs, that obviously throws the numbers one way or the other. Some months, like, the advertisements are very scarce, or sometimes they're very generous. You get the idea. There's a lot of wiggle room, a lot of fuzziness around it. Are you getting full? Yeah, you're full. Alright, so let's go ahead and plan to get ourselves... I can't. We need more storage. So one weird thing we might be able to do is, can I build myself... So right now I only have the choice of tarp buildings. Maybe later we'll be able to do that. We should get sandbag stuff later. Right now I'm prioritizing getting our better runway over our safety of our crew. It is what it is. Mission successful. Alright. Morale boost, victory points, and all that stuff. Now is a recon mission in the rain. Okay, so you're almost at full health. So have you prioritized refueling your plane? And same deal. You refuel your plane as well. Alright. So I could get the Hurricane, which definitely seems like a much better fighter. I am leaning towards, instead, maybe we save up for, like, the Bristol here. And the reason we're thinking the Bristol is as far as the stats go on it, it's way better at bombing. It is better at my current fighter versus the other ones. I think maneuverability, it might be worse. No, maneuverability, it's slightly worse. The eye thing, they're about comparable. The transport, it's much better. And whatever the last thing is. Oh, stealthiness. Stealthiness is technically better. So it definitely looks like this one's kind of your jack of all trades. And as far as the defiance thing going here, very, very high stealthiness. Like, really high stealthiness. But not great on a lot of other things from the looks of it. And then you, on the other hand, you are a cargo plane. Right, so that literally defenseless cargo plane. But yeah, so I think what we'll end up doing is, at some stage, we'll want to retire these. So be able to potentially take the pilot off of it, and then we would junk the plane. Because those planes were effectively free. They're ones that you kind of get just handed to you at the beginning. Oh, we don't have more fuel. I just realized something. You know, we might want to not have our fuel tank literally in the runway. Oh, what's the ingest server? Yeah. That is one downside. Like, when I've gone to check things, like, you notice the game probably just lagged for all of you there. That's just a thing that it's not a big fan of alt tabbing. And this is not hardly at all the only game that has that problem, which it's fine. So the issue is I'm getting lots and lots of good stuff. And that seems like a weird thing to be the issue. But the reason it's an issue is just a matter of I don't have places to store it that we can keep that. Okay, so you need water and sand to be produced. And we are currently using up our sand. And working on all that, that's fine. Alright. So if we get one more mission done, one of these planes gets retired. We get our all-purpose planes. What do we need to upgrade you? So you're gonna need bricks as well. Which is just clay. I'm expecting once we get, like, this done, we might unlock, like, wood buildings or brick buildings or something else. You're complaining about low seeds, which is fine. We're working on it. We don't have as many meals as I feel like we probably want. Go ahead and bump you up to 20, and bump you up to 20. Alright. Yeah, no, switching ingest servers seems to be helping a lot. Like I said, while we were on the other server, we were at almost not quite like 200 viewers, and we went down like to like 70, then 50, then 30, and it was just hemorrhaging. And it's understandable. I think because everyone was switching to the VODs, while they would be counting for a lot of things, I don't think it was counting them as active viewers, which is fine. Like, obviously we're working around a problem. But yeah, it's a big old stinker. Yeah, so we're gonna need to get to where we can get more tarps. That'll be the Taylor station, which we'll probably unlock soon. A stove to keep warm and all that. Okay, we got the medicine cabinet. Oh. One sec. It doesn't look like that medicine cabinet's gonna give me what I want. Alright, so you got a new thing. Dangerous recon mission. Alright. If we send you, you could take upwards of your full health and injury as a potential thing. We can estimate our chance of success to be 100% just about, for a pretty good cost of fuel. But there is a potential chance of death for anyone who goes. And it's the full health of the plane, so it's not like I could go and be like, oh, let's take our plane that's in the best condition or whatever. Alright, guys. We need you to go and do a dangerous mission. Are you, like, gonna send this, or...? Oh, end of week. Which I assume is, like, Sunday or whatever. Alright. Some of you may die, but that is a risk I am willing to take. It's a war. There's no 100% safety. Oh, did you, like, unqueue for me to harvest that? That's annoying. I mean, I get it, but it's still annoying. Can confirm. Airspace is clear. Everything is safe. Good job. We were sent on a dangerous recon mission, and absolutely nothing happened. What are you complaining about not having ready? We cannot reload ammo, we cannot reload fuel. For we have neither of those things. We'll get there eventually. Clear Sky Recon. So you're 96 by yourself. We got a second person that's 99. I'm gonna leave it at 96. It is curious that there's a second thing here. Yeah, so you get better recon stats. Now again, there is a chance based on this list of just straight up losing our pilot. And it's supposed to be a safe recon mission. Okay. And they're working on making their cement. No special occurrences. Arrived at the scout point. Everything is clear with recon. There's sand to be collected. Cool, we just keep on boosting our confidence. There's more sand. There's more sand. Alright, we're doing relatively well with all that. We are getting these ships in and out. Okay. So we've got the plane schedule. So you're a bomber. You're a multi-role. Do we instead save up for the Typhoon? So I wish there was an easier way to compare these. So your transportation sucks. You definitely have a lot of bombing power compared to what we're looking at. You have far more cargo, whereas the Typhoon has negligible cargo. And your recon is pretty bad. Yeah, the Bristol definitely seems like a good one. The Typhoon's another multi-role, but the big thing is its cargo is terrible. The rest of it's pretty solid. And then you got the bigger Bristol, which is the bomber. And then this thing here is a little bit more complicated. I'm not as sure on like what... I think that's the stealth one is the big thing. Yeah, because the Typhoon's really expensive, but it can't do cargo runs. I think we're going to go with the Bristol first. Let's request this plane. Ah, so you take 2 people versus you take 1. So there's the consequence there. We are increasing our pilot count. So let's go to our plane management. Because these are like freebie planes that are kind of hot garbage. So let's go to our plane management here. So you're rated 7 out of 7, and you're 9 out of 10. Which is weird, because they're all the same plane. We can get rid of our first one. We're decommissioning that plane. And with them gone, you're not going to get the Bristol in here. And those will be our small planes. Why did you park in the medium plane spot when we had a small plane spot for you? It's okay, I'm not upset. I'm just not sure. That's fine. Well, I think get rid of that parking spot, because if we get rid of that parking spot, then maybe later on I can put a much larger runway somewhere over here. It'll work at getting those. So when you arrived with fresh load there. So it is one of those things that under the cover of night, some food rations were eaten by mice. So we're on Sunday. When are we getting our truck deliveries? Oh, we found tomato seeds. All right. Let's go ahead and get this planned. So for right now, we're going to go areas, growing. For seeds, tomatoes, start. It's only 2 tomato seeds so far, so let's go ahead and get those planted here, and then we can get that going. I should be getting the shipment from HQ soon, and what's going on here? You're basically letting me know that some of my food supplies are starting to go, which is a big old bummer. Okay. We're gonna get rid of that plane parking spot, which should help quite a bit. Because we need a lot of sand, because this is a tier 2 runway we're trying to work on now. Ideally, we want to get like some of the big runways to make stuff happen, but we'll work on what we can. Okay. We've still got that all being built. We can't make other building types, so we're basically kind of on a holding pattern for the moment. It is complaining about not enough chairs still. Oh, it's because these chairs are never going to get done, are they? Because they require canvas. So then cancel those chairs and we'll get those replaced with wood. Alright, we're getting our second plane parking spot over here. It does make you wonder... Well, we don't have access to it. Oh, yeah, because it's like bricks and all that are required. That's fine. And when we come to the air shops, like I said, I think we get a group of 3 of those. And then probably for the tier 2s, we could get the bombers. Those are 25 to 40. I mean, those are 30s there, so it'd be the Typhoons. The Typhoons, the only thing it seems like they're really bad at is transport. So very well could be one of those things that way we do is we worry about that. Which I'm looking at the tier 2 planes and going, I really don't think I care about many of them. When we get to the tier 3 planes, we got like our giant cargo hauler plane. We've got, oh, you have like a full crew in that thing. I see. Yeah, those are a bomber. And the Hawk Tempest. Again, kind of it's not very stealthy, but it's kind of good with a lot of other stuff. And then the Mustang, not good at bombing and all that. Yeah, it seems like these get a lot more specialized, so I'll probably sit with her with a Bristol. That immediately makes me go, do I want them to actually finish building this runway? Just cancel the whole thing. That was a big waste. I didn't look at the tiers of seeing what we've got for planes. It's looking to me like I don't think I care much about the tier 2 planes. The tier 3 planes, there's some utility in there that I'd potentially want. Obviously, when you get up to, like, the tier 5, you get, like, the super big bomber. And, like, the really ridiculous fighter here. I'm sure we'll run into an eventual point where we'll want to go and get this all sorted out. It also looks like the way this worked is it kept the sand there. So I very well could just go in later and keep that. It's fine. We could go and get that stuff. Week 1, we failed one mission, which was just like a whole thing. So the requirements, we had to have at least 2 missions and a 40% success rate, no strikes against us, and we are getting our delivery of some bricks and an anti-aircraft gun. Alright. That's all fine. You can just sit there and do your thing. Let's get this anti-aircraft gun in here. Okay. So we can get a siren pole, indoor kitchen, nicer beds, nicer table, and a poster. Oh, well, screw you, game. Alright. We're gonna start rebuilding that airstrip. I was like, let's not worry about it. And the game's like, you need to build a tier 2. It's like, fine, I'll build the tier 2. If you're gonna twist my hand about it, I will build it. So I see you've got a range. We'll start with that up there. Yeah, so you'll get a tier 2 strip, you'll need to get the victory points, and then you want me to get a Supermarine Spitfire, which is basically purely a fighter. Alright. That's fine. What else do we unlock? I've already forgotten. So workbenches, nothing new. We do have the siren on a pole. So put that by the bunks and all that. We have a large flag that boosts everyone's confidence. We could start getting nicer beds. It gives more energy and mood, but it also requires more tarp, and I don't have more tarp. Nor can I get more tarp yet right now. We already have the TV. We can get nicer chairs and tables and all that. The tables don't make a big difference. We got our general decorations. Passive, patriotic. Affects use, planning board, and assembly. Wall decorations. Polish military airport flag. Affects chill and assembly. We don't have any rugs yet. We just add a roadblock that doesn't do anything really. We can add an empty crate. We can make a poster, but all those require me to get some other materials I don't have access to yet. Because what we're basically waiting on right now is I'm going to need to get some other goodies. So we're continuing doing that. Unassigned defensive equipment. Alright. And I guess from here... we'll want to go over here and have a defensive position that anyone who's not busy with other stuff, when stuff goes down, you all scramble and just get to defensive. Alright. Because that way our people will be mostly up here most of the time. We have the siren right there. Some people run over to the anti-aircraft guns, some people run to their planes, and everyone else will just go and hide in some sandbags and hope for the best. Okay. And we're yoinking all the sand and all that. It definitely looks like this up here, I'm feeling like it's kind of out of bounds. There is a lot of space down here, but like up here is hills. I think once you get to where you see the terrain going up, that's kind of the limit. Or just run around with all that. Did the pole, did you say pole and a military flag? Polish military flag? Because the latter, you want that. The Polish Air Force, that was stationed there. Yeah, no, it's Polish, is the Polish military flag. Was one of the ones we have. We don't have the things. You need both intelligence and TARP, and I don't have TARP. You don't never say this, but your shirt game is on point. Well, thank you. This is actually a shirt that Tomb got me. All right, so we're getting all that done. Yeah, I need to expand my storage, but the problem is I don't have TARP. We haven't unlocked the means of getting TARP. So right now we're waiting for missions to happen. That way I could send some of our ships out or some of our planes out on missions. Alright, so we're getting pretty close to getting our Tier 2 runway done. Birthday mission. Someone on the base has had their birthday. Get them a cake as a surprise. Oh no, if only one person goes to get the cake, it will potentially be a failure. Oh, that's good. 93% chance of success. Actually, so if we send the both of you, it's a 93% chance for what's effectively 50 fuel. If we send you, it's a 99% chance of success and all that stuff. So you go ahead and buy yourself, man. Because that's what I was working up towards, is I wanted to get the 3 general purpose planes, because it seemed like a much better use of our time than to have like the 3 really, really low-end crappy planes. The ones they basically give you for free. So by going for one that's like a multi-purpose plane, it's got, you know, the turret on it, it can actually carry some cargo. The only thing it wasn't as good on is, I believe, stealth. And even then it wasn't that much better, or that much worse. Still, I have 1,000 stone that I need to come up with a use for. I'm assuming later on we'll make brick buildings or stone buildings or whatever. Just checking things. Alright. The fact that we have an objective to deliver cake for someone's birthday during a war situation that we're using military resources for, you know, got the cake, we're on our way back with the package. Monday 26th, August 1940. Cake returned home, putting in the cantina for a surprise. Alright. You done good, team. The country might stand another day with your sacrifice of cake. Would you stop it? I know you're trying to help me, but you're not actually helping me. Alright. So it wants us to get 5 victory points so we can get a Spitfire. Which, like I said, the Spitfire looked like it was basically just... Yeah, it's just a straight-up fighter. It's a good fighter. It's got a lot of maneuverability and a lot of, like, straight-up fight in it. But it's kind of not great on the other stuff. That's fine. While hurrying with raw water, Joffrey Prickett badly sprained their ankle. Cool. It definitely legitimately sprained their ankle. It wasn't like, oh no, I sprained my ankle. I'm just gonna have to not work for a little while. Oh no. I would love to help you, but you know, I sprained my ankle. Such a shame. Granted, in all reality, spraining your ankle absolutely sucks. Okay, one thing we can do is this building over here. Oh, cancel that. I tell you to harvest that instead. Yeah, I just wanted to make sure we're not destroying trees. Because that's a building that was just spawned here to begin with, and it's just got like a latrine or whatever in it. So, might as well rip it down for its materials. It's not a space I want. It's not something I need. And so we're waiting for these tomatoes to go to seed. In the meantime, since you've already got that there, when you get more tomatoes, you can start growing them there. All right. Meanwhile, we can also go to HQ. So for the next shipment status, okay, so until we get our other stuff, we'll be there. There'd be a searchlight, a radio tower. That's the large stuff. Vickers machine gun, turret trainer, navi trainer, link trainer flight simulator, training radio thing, bike exerciser, advanced bombing simulation, a lookout. We have just straight up military. So I'll probably end up needing fuel. We have miscellaneous stuff. Yeah, so honestly it'd be probably fuel and tarp. I also didn't... What was... Yeah. So what's going to happen is once we knock out a couple of more missions, I'll be able to add more to the thing. So likely we'll need dangerous recon flight. So if I send you, it's a 97% chance of success, but a lot of risk on you. You have a 77% chance of success on our less valuable craft. I'm going to go for the 97%. I think we should be okay. Like, and I can add more to this, but that's fine. 97% chance of success is very high. Get out there. Don't you lose that plane. It is more valuable than your lives. I'm sorry, I wasn't supposed to say that. I just was reading over the HR package. It says I should not be diminishing the value of the pilots while they're present. You know, it's totally fine in the command tent, but, you know, outside the command tent, we're not supposed to, like, reflect our honest feelings on the value of human life. It's going to be a little awkward around the canteen for a while. Okay, so you're taking this all apart, I think. You're grabbing the sand. Get the runway built. Let's see. When you're describing free Polish violence as madman, you're referring to the aerial kills, like the one Pole who ran out of ammo and decided to fly above his target and force it to maneuver into trees. Yeah, and there's the whole thing. Many low integrity resources. Yep. I know I queued up. It's mostly food piles, which is fine because I'm growing lots of food. And it's just because we just cut this runway right through the middle of everything. Arrived at location. No enemy in sight. This text is very missable. And as a reminder, this game is currently 35% off. It's about 20 bucks here in the US. It is early access. But then they do also have, like, there is a code we have pinned on there, Iron Payload, that if you're inside the game, all you have to do is go to options, you put it there, and it just adds a different skin you can put on your planes, like one of the specific planes. So it isn't a thing that makes any type of mechanical difference to the game, but you can look at some of these planes and all that. And, you know, so if we do 10 successful missions in our own territory, and we have that plane return 5 times under 25% health, we can get Day Fighter. If we shoot down 3 planes and scrambles with this, then we can get Night Fighter paint job. But yeah, and I'd love to bring that stuff into storage where it won't rot, but I need materials. So we're just kind of waiting for it. Alright, there's a victory point, and base confident had gone up. Pilot competition. Wait till our plane lands successfully. Alright. Pilot competition. So if we put you in for it, it's a 56% chance of success. Yeah, 57% chance of success. Alright, well, get out there, son. Make your airbase proud. Remember, if you don't win the friendly competition among your fellow pilots, you will be immediately considered a failure, and it will reflect on the Air Force base for the rest of time. It's supposed to be a friendly competition, but your salaries do depend on it. Alright. I'm also not seeing much more clay. Almost ready for the competition run. Wish us luck. Let me see more clay. We got sand up here. Sand over there. Yeah, it's only a 57% chance to run, so slightly better chance we win than lose. But also a pretty high chance the game's... I don't know what's going on here. Alright. We didn't win, but we showed a great effort. We'll do better next time. You unreasonable person. You did not win. You, buddy. Pal. The very next time we have a reassignment, you're out of here. As soon as we get that Spitfire, you aren't going to get to see it. Straight to the front line. Exactly. But I'm a pilot. Not anymore, son. Getting water from the pond, Neil Turner spotted a frog and spent some time admiring it. Good way to improve the mood. Good for you. Okay, so we're actually getting a decent amount of tarp out of that. Clearly, he's not a pilot. He would have won. Case closed. Exactly. Imagine accepting anything less than the best. Alright, so we are finally getting our mess hall built. So taking apart that other building, it's giving us a little bit of tarps. Yeah, so it looks like over the course of the week you get some number of missions. They just take a while to show up. And yeah, so we've got 2 missions done, so that's good. So we actually can get our more stuff. So we got fuel and that coming in. I believe we are using on our plane small caliber ammo. What do you use? Small and large caliber ammo and bombs. And you just have small. Okay. So, for the considerations of the truck, we want to mostly focus on getting stuff delivered. I can't do that. Do we have ammo for the gun emplacement? You're probably large caliber ammo? Yeah, large caliber ammo. Okay, so what we probably want to do is look at HQ. We want to probably go here, and we can get large caliber ammo, get small caliber ammo. You know, get those stocked up for here. So it seems like that's the things we need to do, is we'll have them deliver me stuff like fuel and that kind of stuff until we reach a point. I could see us eventually being able to produce our own ammo and fuel. Maybe you can become fully self-sufficient, but I think one of the big key aspects is you are dependent on external resources. So you have to decide each week going, okay, where do I need my priorities? Like, what are the things I need to happen? So we got a rainy day recon. So you can do that with a 99% success by yourself. Or we could send the crap planes and not do that. So what I'm learning here is that literally you're the only relevant person in my entire squad. So you go out and you have a good time. Go get me my victory points. Yeah, so just waiting for a little bit more sand, and that'll be our runway 2 done. No special occurrences, flying into the rain clouds, recon successful, everything looks clear and safe. Alright. So we're doing pretty well with all that. And then 2 more victory points, that'll be done. We need the tier 2 airstrip. And once we have the tier 2 airstrip, we should be able to bring in the Spitfire. The interesting thing is going to be going for, like, the maximum size plane where we can even make that happen on it, because we are struggling to find space for it. Yeah, it's fine. They're slowly working to get those tomato plants done. We're probably pretty close to finishing disassembling this building. I see those kind of outside. Yep, and that'll be that building torn apart. And they're continuing to grab the sand and build this. So pretty soon they'll have that all done. And And that'll be our medium runway. We do have more parking available here. Ah! There's a whole thing here about being exposed to the sky causing the planes to degrade faster, which, you know, makes sense. We do have the plane hangar as a later option that we'll need to get stuff where we can keep our planes indoors to protect them a little bit from bombing. And in addition to that, you know, reduce the rate they degrade. Alright, yeah, so getting that last stone broken up. And there's just that last little spot on the runway. To me, I find it interesting that a sand runway is considered a higher grade than a dirt runway. Like, I accept they're both terrible. Okay, so the runway is done. So now we're effectively waiting to get 2 more missions that we finish. And then we get our Spitfire, and that's sorted out. What we can do here is furnishings. Put down some more chairs. It's all but 1 bed taken. I was kind of hoping there was like an upgrade in place for some of these. Because we look at this, you've got this bed. This bed is a straight upgrade of that bed. I'd want to be able to be like, hey man, just make that bed. The problem is they don't have the tarp for it either way. So we're going to run into a problem here where we're not going to have the capacity to handle as many people as we've got here. Unless we can unlock that. So I'm hoping once we get this, we'll get the thing where I can make tarp. Because that seems to be our big limiter for building anything. Is we can only build stuff out of tarp right now, and I don't have a means of making tarp. Medium fighter interception. So we send the Bristol. That's only a 47. So we're sending everybody. Everyone should survive at a minimum. So scramble all the pilots. You all get out of here. All right. And we're building more chairs. Okay, so no longer complaining about not having enough chairs. They are complaining about not having enough tomato seeds, which is fine. We are slowly getting our tomatoes up and running. Our beans are fine. There's way more wood than reasonable in there. Enemy squadron spotted. Engaging head-on. Enemy squadron successfully shot down. They never stood a chance. I mean, it's definitely one of those ones where, like, no, send it all. Overwhelming numbers. Now, in real life, the way that's, like, you don't just get wins, like, you would still take some losses. So yeah, so it looks like Hugh actually took a hit here. Let's see how, yeah. Yeah, so other planes took a bit of damage. Hugh lost some life. Should be fine, though. But did get a little bit of dinged up on that. Just doing a flyby with a barrel roll just because you, well, I guess an aileron roll just because you can. I see how it is. Commander, please share your opinion of the game. Not now. Okay. It's interesting with these planes being free. I'm going, why wouldn't I just send you on your way and then get a new one because it doesn't cost me anything? Why would I go to, why would I go through the trouble of fixing it up when there's not a benefit? It does look like the pilots will go ahead and take care of the repairing and reloading as long as you've got the stuff by yourself. You don't have to think about it. All right, so it looks like one more mission should give me one more victory point. With that one more victory point, we should be able to go from there and getting the Supermarine Spitfire, at which point then we'll probably get rid of one of our Gloucester Gladiators, because like I said, the Spitfires are fighter. Right now, those Gloucesters, that's about the only thing they're throwing on here in a meaningful capacity is to being fighters. Whereas if we were to continue to expand our Bristols, the Bristols I've been pretty happy with. The Bristol just hands down seems like the better option. The only catch is that it does require heavy ammo and bombs to perform its job just a little bit better than the crappy plane. But that's still fine. Alright, so we're basically waiting on one more mission, which will hopefully happen today. So we can get our victory points, and then with our victory points, we can get the Spitfire. Now, if we were going to try and really go for the good one, artillery spotting mission. You have a 90% chance of success. If I send another plane, the chance of success drops dramatically. Alright. I don't like that there's a chance that you could straight up die in this mission, and it's a 1 in 10 chance that things don't go well. So Ian, that plane is more important than anything else we can field. Don't you jack this up, alright? Something, the war effort and the continued freedom of your country depends on your sacrifices or whatever it is we're saying these days. Oh, it's this way? Oh, I wouldn't be able to put there anyways. I'm hitting all the wrong buttons, don't mind me. We can get the length we need here. So that would be tarmac. That would be all the stone and concrete we could possibly need. I am going to choose to make that a thing. We'll change the direction of that. It's almost certainly never going to get done. But that would be, the runway we would need to accomplish anything we could possibly want. And so it's just something that we could apply any additional concrete we make for pretty much the entire rest of the game there. Alright, so I need you to win this battle. Discover the stuff. I'm assuming the idea is you're spotting artillery and the artillery would have anti-aircraft weapons nearby. But it is... Oh, you know what I bet it is? I bet it's the height, the elevation, that's what it cares about. That, like, with the elevation and the spotting combination, you can stay safely out of range of their anti-aircraft weapons. Whereas with, like, the little teeny fighters that can only go, like, 10,000 feet, to be able to see anything, they have to get close enough to be well within the anti-aircraft weaponry's range. I hadn't considered that benefit from having the higher altitude. I've been mostly focusing on being like, what's the damage counter on a bunch of different stuff. Counterattacks haven't spotted us. Managed to retreat successfully. Alright, mission was successful. And with that, we're gonna go to our plane management. And so, just gonna go ahead and go right here. And who was the one who failed our mission? It was Hugh, right? Yeah, you failed our competition, so you are fired, sir. I want you to get your piece of junk plane off my runway. Your services are no longer welcome or needed here. And instead, we're going to go over here to the Spitfire. And you're demanding I get that. Alright, so we can get a bunch of signs. We can get a wooden flight simulator, a shooting range, a planning board, a navigation board, and a large parking area, and a large fuel tank. Alright. I was really hoping for some of these other supply kits, but that's okay. A large fuel tank. And we don't want too close to the houses and all that, because that is a reasonable target. If you take out the fuel, you basically shut down the base. Have you encountered any bugs? So far I've not run into any bugs. We haven't played a ton yet. So you can make a shooting range. And all this is for training. So we've got a wooden flight simulator. Got navigation planks and shooting range. Those can kind of wait. Order another anti-aircraft gun. Let's see. That's the last few games I bought where Steam reviews or flow was so buggy and playable ended up being running perfectly fine. Yeah, I mean, a lot of those are usually because they got the review right when the game dropped. And, you know, maybe there were some pretty bad bugs. You also run into a lot of cases where the bugs, if you look into them, it's like this one video card with this one processor has a serious problem. And, you know, and it's fair to complain about that. Like, entirely fair to be like, yo, man, but I have that processor and all that. It's not like I would go buy another one. If right now, we'll just leave the 2 there. But that'd be setting up to go for our super duper big planes and all that. We're not going to be ready for those for a while. We got our next shipment in a day, and you want me to construct another anti-aircraft weapon, which is a little annoying, because it's really hoping to get different supplies here. So being like, yo man, you know those other supplies you wanted, dog? So you can continue to, like, advance your base? Yeah, that's not on the agenda. Get yourself another Boffer's AA gun. I guess if we're doing that, I'm going to have to switch you out from fuel to more ammo. But we won't advance and be able to unlock stuff without that, so that is what it is. Okay, stretch. Oh, man. Just checking one thing right now. Okay. There was one of the art creators I'm close to. It looked like their Discord's blowing up. I was just quickly checking to be like if they were getting the like, hey, why is everything broken and all that. And be like, switch your ingest server. Need more supplies shipped in? Yeah, you only get 1 week. Like you only get 1 shipment a week. Because you did actually encounter that with a game that you didn't like your specific CPU. I guess most people just say the game sucks rather than take the time to diagnose the problem, though. Right, I mean, but there's sometimes, like, there's having a reasonable expectation of what a person should be willing to go through for diagnosing a problem. Like, having a game that just doesn't work with a popular CPU, that's not on the individuals playing the game to deal with. Like, the fact that the game has a glaring enough bug that it just doesn't work. Alright, we got Scramble. We're under attack. So, Scramble everybody. Get him out of here. Intercept enemies. Ooh. Alright, just... So we got 2 fighters and a bomber coming in. So get them out of here. Go, go, go. Everyone's ready. People are running and taking cover in the sandbags. People are getting to the guns. Okay, the intercept is in progress. We literally get our second anti-aircraft gun at the end of the day. This is like vaguely World War I, World War II era. I don't know the exact time. Well, no, because it's 1940s, World War II. So it's World War II, so you're not going to get, like, you know, F-15s and that kind of things. Because really the core about this game is running your base. Really do need more guns. Well, I mean, this is only... We've literally gotten 1 shipment in so far. We're only 1 week into the game, so I literally could only get 1 gun. So that's... We are hard capped. This isn't I took a strategy of, like, oh, I'll focus on that later. Literally, we got our first shipment, we got 1 gun, and our second shipment is arriving today. Okay. So, we shot down one of their fighters. They shot down one of our fighters. We damaged their second fighter, or sorry, we damaged their bomber. And then their second fighter's on the way. So we got a damaged bomber and a fighter who are going to make a run on the base. Well, I think the delay is a deliberate thing that makes that one of your main strategies. So we shot down their other fighter. And then the bomber... And then the bomber's also good done. So we wiped them all out. But it does look like our anti-aircraft weapon may have taken a hit. I didn't see what else they were shooting at, though. I'm also curious what fighter we lost. Did we lose the crap fighter, or did we lose the fancy fighter we just bought? So you're returning. Very negligible damage. Okay, the good news, it was our garbage tier fighter that came back, or got shot down. Which, you know, fair enough. Makes sense. Alright. So it doesn't look like we're going to get a recap from how that went. Overall, we took one ship, one plane got lost. We fully eradicated the enemy. And it doesn't look like we have any injuries going on. That's good news. Let's get our next anti-aircraft weapon. That is our supposed airplane trainer. Where you just sit on, you just swing a bar and it moves stuff around. I assume that's a way to like make your pilots better, so that they have a slightly higher success chance and all that. Alright, so we got our shipment of our second anti-aircraft weapon coming in and some large caliber ammo for it. We did succeed on 5 of our missions and failed on 1. The only mission we failed on was a competition between us and other pilots in the Royal Air Force. Okay. So one thing I would like is when I manually speed that up, it doesn't drop back to normal time the next day. Okay, so here's our second gun. So the first gun is covering our buildings there. Let's put the second gun covering... Let's put the second gun down here. That'll cover basically this angle as well as like where our planes are actually parked and all that. We'll get that thing online. And I want to see if we get access to like being able to make tarps and all that. If we don't, then I might sit there and decide that that's kind of the point where we switch off to check out a different game. I'm very much enjoying it, but I do feel like I'm kind of being held off from being able to do the stuff with building, because HQ keeps being like, no, you have to get the big guns. And that my progression is locked behind that, because 2 weeks in a row we've been hit with that. And I know they don't want you to leave your base undefended where they just get trashed. Structural sabotage. If I put you on that, you got a 69% chance of success. If I put you on, it's a 51. And if I put you both on, it's a 34. Oh, I hate that. And the risk is potentially losing the plane with the worst outcome. That's a pretty bad odd. And yeah, when you do that, it lowers it. That's at an 82 to 88%. We'll try it. I don't think it's a good idea, but we're trying to get a feel for, like, one, if we actually fail a legitimate mission, so not like their little campaign thing, what happens? And then all that kind of stuff. Because the idea is that these missions are supposed to escalate as we go along our way. Okay. Officer hostage rescue. 93% chance of success. Okay, so we have overlapping missions that we send our one ship out to go there. Let's see, that's a historically accurate aircraft simulator. They build a cockpit with the proper switches and gauges and controls. Either other pilots or a powered mechanism would tilt the box to simulate some of the forces that would occur as a result. Yeah. Like, the idea was just to get you used to, you know, you're floating up there and it's like bouncing you around and twisting you and all that. I get the idea. But it's just kind of funny looking at this, like, basically this wooden chair and all that, and it's just kind of wrenching you around in a bunch of different ways. But yeah, so we can run to that where we do have to have planes to spare. I also imagine it's the thing you could have your planes out there working on something and then be attacked while that's going on. Neat, you know, making it so you really do need some extra ones. We have intercepted an enemy squad. Engaging. Arrived at a location undetected. Trying to land. And that's 2 different missions. We got him, and we're returning home successfully. So the one rescuing the kidnapped, I forget what his title was, captain or admiral or whatever. We've got the one rescuing the captive military person. And the other one is engage the enemy forces. Okay, so the Spitfire returned, mission successful. We managed to eliminate them and got out of there. Okay, so we were successful with our other ship, the 69% chance of success. It does look like something you'd see at the mall to amuse children, though. Yeah, no, and sometimes that, like, makes sense. Alright, so we did get everyone out, so that's good news. And they're building their larger fuel tank. Which does have 10 fuel in it. I'm curious, it says time to refill. Do these generate fuel? I mean, in real life, obviously, that's not how it works. But it almost feels like the fuel tanks generate fuel, judging by what that's showing. Unassigned defensive equipment. Alright, so let's go here. We're gonna grab U3 here. Alright, so what are we getting? A bomb timing bench, a mechanic training bench, a shelf, an ammo ventilation poster, and an exercise machine. Own a tier 2 runway, own 2 airstrips, own 2 parking spots, own 3 flags. Okay. That's a very random thing to... It's like, sir, I have been looking around your base, and as far as I can see, you only have 1 flag. Are you really not that inclined to support your country? I swear, sir, you should have at least 6 flags. I'd settle for 3. Can I pause you? Yeah, so you did return. You took some pretty bad injuries. The pilot is badly injured. Not grievously injured, but does need to recover for a while. Yeah, so I kind of want to be able to pause this. So we don't have the concept of a pause. I can cancel it entirely, which I don't want to do because it's a little tedious to deal with. Light fighter interception. Okay. You're gonna need to go. Ian is injured. It's gonna take forever to make. But that's literally the max thing there. Alright. So yeah, so we're at this point now where, like, we still can't make tarps. And my assumption of what we would want to do here is if it would give me 2 seconds to breathe, I would go here and it'd be like, yo, tarp me, dog. And it would do that. We'd probably want fuel for one of these other spots. And I don't know what happened the last one. But unfortunately, we're kind of waiting for there. Now, the good news is, according to this, we would be considered the next whole tier higher field, which means we would see bigger threats. But on top of that, the implication is that I get access to more of these things by becoming a field B. We are field B. So we'll be ranking up to A. Runway tier 3, minimum 3 runways, minimum 6 parking spots. Well, that's the requirements. I don't know what the actual thing we would need, like what we get for it. But yeah, that's kind of one thing I do wish we had a little bit more control over, being like, when do I get the metal press? When do I get the electronics? Because I care about the tailor thing. I'm not really worried about the camouflage. I need tarps. And that's a pretty hard limiter. We also have the metal press. And the metal press would let me go and start making my own weapons. The electronics are just nice. The espionage radio makes me intelligent so we can go and track stuff down. Oh, we do actually have an herb dryer. I missed that. So that produces medicine. Yeah, so I feel like I could use a little bit of UI stuff to, like, where it says, hey man, that's locked. It would be nice to have like a little bit, it's like, you know, this is locked behind, you know, Class C airbase. Where we do have all of these except the water tower. We do a bunch of those. I could also go for an upgrade in place mechanic. So when you're going from like simple bed to a wooden bed to a metal bed or whatever, I could go to the bed itself. And it could just be one of these things that I grab this bed and I go and I try and plunk it right there. And it just, you know, in replace takes whatever the difference of materials are, and then it would have the craft time of it. But that's the whole thing. It's early access. That's the kind of stuff that's totally fine. But yeah, it definitely feels like the UI behind the locking things would be the one thing I'd be like, you know what? I wish it was a little bit clearer when we're getting stuff. It's also weird. We keep being told what we have to spend our HQ stuff on, which is kind of taking away my player agency. And in result, can you get another plane? I need victory points. So I got 3 victory points, and the next plane I get is probably another Bristol. And that's 4 victory points. So I am going to get another plane, but I want 1 more victory point for that. So when this plane gets back, as long as it doesn't fail, we should get our victory point. I can get 1 more of those. All right, we're under attack again. Unfortunately, I believe your pilot is injured, so cannot scramble. You're on a mission, so cannot scramble. That's very unfortunate for us. Well, we got 3 fighters coming in here. Yeah, 3 fighters are coming in here. There is going to be no defense happening from them. I can't bring anything to bear on them, otherwise it's going to be purely on the anti-aircraft guns to save the day. There's a good chance this plane is not going to be here in the morning, because it's also a damaged plane. But unfortunately its pilot got shot, and he's recovering, but he's not good to fly. There's no one to help. Now the good news is I do have double overlapping AA guns on that one there. Well, the good news is when it comes to like the pilots and that I can hire people. I believe it costs victory points, but that's okay. But that's kind of part of the thing. It's like when you're playing early RimWorld and you go, okay, I got 2 people, and I can work on my food or I can work on my building. But I can't work on both. And so you work on the one for a little while, and it's like, I didn't get the other one done. And then you have to like switch the R1. There's always like more that needs doing than you have the ability to do. The thing is, instead of being as people-centric as this one, it seems like it's a lot more research-centric. They gotta be strategic. Come on, Spitfire. Maybe I can get the Spitfire back here fast enough that it can help. Probably not. It did finish its mission, it just hasn't returned quite yet. Alright, here they go. The big thing I want is that plane to not die. And meanwhile, it's like, by the way, the Airforce just got home. Okay, we got all 3 of them ripped down in seconds. So the double aircraft or the double AA coverage just shredded them. To be fair, they were fired. And then meanwhile, there's our other pilot getting home. It's like, hey guys, anything cool happen while I was gone? Anything interesting happen? Did I miss anything? Alright, no injuries. I didn't think we took damage on that. Alright. Ian Hamilton, cocky. So he was down to 4 health, he's up to 5. So he is recovering, and I believe when he hits 6 health, he'll stop laying in bed. He'll be able to go back to it. Yep, so let's grab our second Bristol. Alright, so we've got 2 kind of all-arounder planes and 1 fighter. I'm gonna fix everything up. Okay. But let's see. Oh, I keep stretching because I need stretches. Alright. I just want to check one thing real fast. This is going to make the game skip a little bit. Did I hear back yet? I want to check one thing that was on my stuff. That's something I want to do during stream. Okay, so that'll be something to deal with after stream. That's fine. There was another game as well that potentially check out today, not as a sponsored thing, but that I was gonna get way earlier access than most people, but the key didn't work. And it's just checking to see if I had heard back yet, because I just had let them know that the key that they sent me wasn't good, and all that stuff. Because what I'm thinking is, like, I'm very much enjoying this game. It is early access as a heads up. It is available right now. You can wishlist it or you can purchase it. It's 35% off, which does make it about $20 here in the US after the discount. Urgent support for a ground squadron. Okay. So, Ian, you're apparently not allowed to go out there. Alright, so you two... Actually, do you even matter here? Oh, yes, you do. Okay, hang on. Interesting. So I guess with the mutual benefit there, they do a really good job. Alright, so you two get out of there. But yeah, so it's very much, it looks like the idea is getting your victory points and what you want to use your victory points. So to clarify, like, my thoughts on the game overall. I like the style of game. It's sort of like, you know, it's sort of a Tycoon Rimworld-esque thing. You get your attacks. Instead of being all about, like, positioning your people and, like, getting behind cover and that kind of stuff, there is some of that here. But it's a lot more on the logistic side of this, where we're sending our ships out to do missions, and you don't get involved in the individual stuff. Meanwhile, those 2 planes just died as they crossed each other's paths. With all that kind of stuff. But, you know, it is definitely one of those things that with the way the game works, you're dealing with that. It does have the concerns around, like, you take care of your people, you keep their morale up, you keep them fed, you keep them hydrated and all that. They need rest. There is that aspect of it. But that feels just kind of a lighter, this is the thing you just need to maintain to keep your base working here. But a lot more of it is about being strategic with your resources. That, like, you only get your 1 truck that shows up per week to get those handful of things that you really don't have easy access to at home. You do your missions and you make good choices around those to try and get yourself as many victory points as possible, and then those victory points turn around to get your planes and your crew and all that kind of stuff. So those end up being big. But it definitely feels like the resource management on what you get from here is the big thing. And it does have it where each week the requirements get higher. So it will be a thing that the game gets more difficult as you go through. Probably you'll get more severe attacks as you scale up your base and all that. So it is those things. I am curious, like, with the variance of play, like, if I do one run and then another run, like, how different will it be every time? Or will my objectives be the exact same over here? Will the random missions be too similar that, like, it's not going to be a high replayability? There's a lot of cool thing. We took considerable damage, but we covered our squad's retreat. Gotcha. So it's saying that we did successfully complete the mission, but that there was a significant... One of our planes was going to be in really rough shape is what it's sounding like is going to happen. Okay. Oh yeah, our plane's got a proper thrashing, and Nigel also got injured. That's considered a failure. I disagree. If the mission was to cover the retreat of the troops, and they were successfully retreated, even if you took a lot of damage, you succeeded on your mission, but it does have the consequence of more overhead, more problem kind of thing. Usually with stuff, whether a mission was a success or a failure, is what were your primary objective? Was it done? Secondary, tertiary objectives are nice, but the primary objective, you would still call it a success. It could be a costly success that ultimately, for the war, maybe that attrition is going to be a problem. But if the success was to make sure our troops got out, and they did, a small troop transport. Yeah, you know what? 19% chance of success. Yeah, we'll not take that. That is, that's not just kind of gamba. That is straight up 1 in 5 chance. Can't order ammo, no repair parts. And you're fully recovered, so you should be able to go back out now. Because you don't need to be fully repaired to go out. Meanwhile, let's go into the other stuff here. So want to grab the fuel. And we already got an order the large the large ammo from last time. We can get the bombs. Okay. Why can you not go? Because you're damaged. But why can you not go? Does it say... So it says troop transport. So it'd be a cargo style mission. You specifically don't have the cargo and all that. And you're basically all healed. Okay, so even if you don't lose all your health, if you're at 50 health or less, you can be potentially lost as you go. So yeah, I don't really... Airplane can't fly due to injured crewmates. Okay, so we got 3 injured crewmates. So I have to keep an eye on this mission. It's not still counting down. I do wish in the UI it was a little bit easier to see like how much time you had left here. Because they only have a temporary amount of time you can do them. And our pilots are trying to repair all the planes, get them all back up into operating order. Okay, so Ian can go, and that gives us an 80%, and David can follow, and that gives us 96% chance. Okay. But yeah. Alright. They're continuing to go with that. We are getting our giant runway here done. Yeah, the other thing I think I could go for that I would love to see in this game is, like, right now I've got this project going on. I also need to get these flags. So there is no, as far as I can find, there is no pause. I can cancel it and redo it, which is annoying. And there is a thing where I can right-click and choose bring the sources there immediately, but I don't have them. Let's see, we're arriving at the pickup point, but we're experiencing strong turbulence. Alright. Well, apparently we got the other flag post done. We might get lucky and get this one sorted soon. Okay. The music's all very excellent. We got them to the destination safe and sound, despite problems. For whatever reason, it's not letting me add Nigel. We'll just deal with that. So I'll need to wait for our plane to get back. Okay. So both planes took some significant damage, no major injuries. Let's wait for them to get home. We'll see if we can't send someone out there to do the next mission. So you are getting a lot more missions a lot faster, which is good in a sense, because that means more victory points, but it's bad in that we're not really getting as much time to recover as we might potentially need. Alright. So David can go, but he has only a 28% chance of success. You both have injured crewmates and cannot fly for right now. So Nigel's fully recovered. And the assumption if we don't go at all, it's just a straight up failure. A bomb slipped and fell on their foot. They're lucky it didn't go off. Yes, we need you to be higher. How did you get almost killed? Like, I thought you were back. Because this person's in critical condition. The thing we'd be waiting is for Twitchy here to get to 6 health. Yeah, we unfortunately missed that. So the question then is if we check on our list, light bomber interception, 99% chance, because it is a fighter against a bomber for a fighter mission. So you can get out of here. So then the question here, though, is if we look at our list of missions for HQ, when I straight up don't respond to a mission, I assume it's a failure. Mission canceled. Okay. Oh, okay. So the idea is over the course of the week, we're going to have... Yeah, alright, so that makes a lot more sense. So this basically tells me, hey man, you're going to have 10 or 9 missions over the course of the entire week. You need to have a 50% success rate, and you need to do at least 4 missions. Okay, that's not too bad. So that means I can be a bit pickier and choosier about my missions if we want. The catch-22 of that is if I start skipping a bunch of missions, I could see potentially falling behind where you don't have enough victory points to keep enough planes as your other stuff is advancing. It does seem like it is a thing you want to go out of your way to be like, okay, I'm going to take on extra missions to do this, but not doing so to such an extent that you get yourself in trouble. All right. And I assume the next thing we'd want to do is get a proper bomber. Okay. So with that, we actually got our hangar, we got our water tower, we got the electronics workbench and the boiler, but we still cannot make tarp stuff. That said, chat, what I think we're gonna do is we've been going on this game for a bit over 4 hours. I've been having pretty good fun with it, but you can definitely feel where the early access here is. I don't say this like, oh, it's a terrible game or anything like that. I think the game is in excellent shape. But there's definitely a lot more going. For those who missed, let's go ahead and save here. That's fine. If we go out to the front screen real fast, we can go here. And any second now, there is the roadmap here, because this is early access. So at this stage, you've got like all the stuff that they've done so far, but they've got their chart of all the things going. Now, genuinely, I don't know what the check marks versus the not check marks mean. I assume the check, well, no, the in-game video tutorials, character jobs and outfits. Okay, so I think the check marks are what's already in the game. Yeah, the check marks appear to be what might already be in the game. I'm not sure. But there's a whole bunch of other stuff that they're planning and adding. So there's a bunch of here. So it's apparently a thing where you can trade and have retaliation by nearby buildings. You'll be able to modify your planes. There'll be prisoners. You'll be able to generate intel and all sorts of stuff. So lots of cool stuff coming. They've got basically updates planned all the way into early next year. And all that stuff. And I like what we've got here. It seems to be very well implemented so far. And all that stuff. When we looked at it, there is map editors and all that you can go in here. But all in all, that's been great. So again, thank you so much to Daredrop, and thank you so much for the devs for sponsoring this stream and all that stuff. What we're going to probably do from here is we're going to likely switch off to another game. I mean, we're going to be switching off to another game. I haven't decided which game I'm going to go for yet. But one of the things that's killing the game for me is just when I go to Alt-Tab out of the game, and the whole, like, my whole system kind of hitches here, and that's probably just OBS and the game fighting. This isn't the first or the only time that happens. There's a bunch of games that don't Alt-Tab elegantly. But, so trying to decide where I want to take us so far as our next games we get going on for the stream. Because we've got a lot of stuff that's upcoming, but I can't quite get to yet. That was the reason I was checking my email real fast, is I'm supposed to be getting an early copy of Outbound. And I was kind of hoping that would happen. But let's go ahead. We're going to go ahead and put up a poll real fast. So what are we doing now? And I'm going to go ahead and we'll put Conan Exiles as one option. That would be on the server that Ultra and everybody else are on. We won't be doing the whole thing where we jump on and everyone's in voice like we did the other day. That was pretty sensory overload for me. But we will probably have the, like, you know, proximity chat where if we're nearby someone we can hear them kind of thing. So that's one option we've got going on. I'll put Farming Simulator on there if we just want chill Farming Simulator things. That'd be doing our Survivor Man Simulator 25. We did finish all of the stuff from the 2 Point Museum so far as finishing all the objectives of the new DLC, which I really enjoyed that yesterday. What else do we have? Let me go look at my list. So, yeah, so everything is Crab is tomorrow. Outbound is a couple days after that. We got a bunch of stuff later on in the month. There was 2 or 3 that I was forgetting that I can do right now, and I don't remember what they were. Oh, the bus game. Yeah, Busbound. Yeah, let me put Busbound on there. We had fun with that. That's a good one. That's very American Truck Simulator coded. But, like, instead of going all over the world, you're just in one city, and, like, slowly the city gets better. I mean, not slowly. You do a bus route to someplace, and then suddenly the neighborhood becomes super gentrified. That you just, like, suddenly, because you put a bus route and moved 100 people, like, the college completely reworks its entire infrastructure to accommodate your bus and becomes, like, bougie as all get out. Like, very walkable city. Like, don't get me wrong, I would love to live in the city that's a result of it, but I'm dubious a bus route makes that kind of an impact. I actually debated the other day about putting Keep Driving on the list because the music's so great and all that, but then I'm like, no, I have fully finished everything that game has. Um, or like Pacific Drive, I debated being like, yeah, we could start a brand new run of Pacific Drive. We could put Star Trucker on there. That had an update recently that we never got to. And one more for the list. And like I said, for the record, really have enjoyed the game today. There was something I saw one of the other people in my circles play. And we're not doing Subnautica right now. I've kind of made the comment before that I do know Subnautica 2 is dropping on the 14th, but so is everything else and its sister. And so I think I'm going to be on the wait and see for Subnautica 2 and just do the other games. So like Hotel Architect is the one I'm really like, that's the one I want to see. Oh, Outworld Station. That's right, that one 1.0. I'm down to do that soon. I don't think I want to jump on that today. Above the Snow, that'd be a good one for the last option. Above the Snow. We played that the other day it came out, and Above the Snow is sort of a ski lodge tycoon with very strong mafia undertones. But it's kind of like this game where, yes, there's a tycoon, but there's this whole other element going on. And in that one, that whole other element is you actually have to, like, plan out your trails and all that, which, like, how hard they are, how dangerous they are, and all that kind of stuff. So a lot of that is managing the trails and how dangerous they are for your guests and all that. Sure, you have the thing of keeping your place warm and making sure there's something to do and yada yada. That is an aspect, but, like, that's also a big thing there. All right, so let's go ahead and we're going to get that. Do I want to do the poll this way? 1 second. It's going to take me 2 seconds. I'm going to do the poll on the other thing. We'll keep it to the 5 options, but that way people can vote for one thing and all that, or for more than one thing and all that. That way if people are like, I don't know which one I want between these ones, that we can actually get that. So what are we doing now? And so I can put Conan, Exiles, Farming Simulator 25, Busbound, Star Trucker, Above the Snow, and Pacific Drive. Keep Driving. Because I can put those on there, even though they probably won't win, it's fine. We did Hard Space Shipbreaker the other day. I don't think I'm going to do more of that. I very much love the game, but that was kind of just to go into that from yesteryear. All right. Part of me feels like it should. So the thing I keep thinking is I almost kind of want to just not do the poll and just go for Conan Exiles, because I we'll do the poll. The only reason I'm doing that is I know that's a time sensitive thing, but I also know a number of the content creators I want to hang out with. Some of them are like, all right, this will be probably an off stream thing for them. All right, so we got the poll going. It should be on your screen. So to go, we got on the list there is you can vote for 3 of them. It tells you like number, comma, number. Ignore that. It's number, space, number, no commas. You can vote for up to 3. And what we've got there is Conan Exiles. That'd be jumping on the multiplayer server with Ultrasaurus and Queed and Lollip and anyone else who's on there. We got Farming Simulator, where we jump into our existing Survivor Man challenge run and just keep that going, where we're going to be doing the wonderful thing that is sugar beets. It's awful. We've got Busbound, which is sort of like American Truck Simulator, but a lot more like driving your bus around town. You got Star Trucker, that is also sort of American Truck Simulator, but a little bit more on the resource management thing and space. We've got Above the Snow, which is a tycoon game where you run like a ski lodge, and like I said, it's a lot more around managing the trails. There is the ski lodge part to it, but a lot of that. We've got Pacific Drive, which is not horror, but mild spoopy, driving through with cool music and really fun thing. It's a driver extraction game. So you drive in, you get your resources, you get out of there before everything goes to hell and all that. And then Keep Driving is what's referred to as a car PG. It's very much a similar vibe to Pacific Drive so far as the music and all that goes. No spoopiness going on there, but it's very like, the story is very Oregon Trail. Like, you start here, you've got your car, you've got a couple of resources, and you're trying to get to a festival on the other side of the map. And then they've got like a very light kind of battle thing that happens that's like a turn-based thing. It's not hard to be good at. Like, it's a very manageable thing. But there's all that. But it does have something like 12 or 14 endings. Which the most extreme one was getting completely baked on psychedelics. We did that one time. Where our person was like going to that to like the sand. And I won't spoil the other endings, but it's a fun one. Keep Driving's definitely one that you're not going to get 100 hours out of. But if you're looking for a game that's got kind of just like a fun, you get into it, you learn the mechanics, and you can just kind of go through and see a story or whatever, and silly shenanigans, it's a good one for there, with solid music. Alright, so we'll let that poll go. I'll wait until it says active time, you know, at the end of 5 minutes, so when we see it change to 6 minutes, we'll end the poll, and whatever's winning we'll go with. But yeah, as you can see, like that, you can't do the comma. Don't do the commas. The comma thing it tells you is a lie. It lies to you. You gotta do spaces, no commas. You could either do like one number, then as a separate message the other number, or you could do number, space, number, space, number. But you get up to 3 votes. Yep, so that counted, DG. For the first one only counted for 1 because it's weird. It literally tells you can use the commas, and it does not actually work. The one feature I want them to add to this that they don't have yet, the one feature I want them to add to this is where it can hide where the results are until it's done. Just so people don't like game it and try and tie it and, you know, very Twitch-coded behavior. All right, let me go ahead and get this off my screen so I'm not looking at the second poll thing. Yeah, I do appreciate everyone weighing in on that. And I also appreciate everyone hanging out and, you know, doing all that. As a reminder, if you do click that link at the top, it will take you to, I was going to say Above the Snow, Ground of Aces on Steam. Let's see. It means you have to add up the numbers yourselves. Right. If you're willing to put that level of commitment into tying it, I mean, unless we have like only 5 people vote, that's a very different thing. At least you put the effort into it. You put the hustle into making that happen. But when it is one of those things that, like, you know, people just go on at the last second, you see it tie up, and you're like, come on, man. Because for people who haven't been here, like, I don't mind when, like, random whatever polls tie. But when it is like the game choice, it's fine if it ties naturally. That's fine. The only ask is that we don't deliberately tie it. You know, with the intent of the tie being the thing. Because that does mean you have a game that more people want to see and a game that less people want to see, and you could potentially put that less game up and artificially inflate it by a lot, and then it wins, and then I play it, and everyone goes away because no one actually wanted to see that game. So it's like specifically with the game selection one, I usually be like, hey, don't deliberately tie it. Like, again, totally fine if it just naturally happens. Usually you can tell, like, you'll see them go like this, inching up 1 or 2 here and there, or like one will be solidly in the lead and it'll be the second place up one that someone starts bringing, like sub 1, people start bringing up. You can usually tell when it's being fussed with. Alright, so it should be about done any second now. I also like this one because then when people deliberately try and tie it, I could simply not finish the poll when it's tied and wait till someone else votes so that one person gets to decide it. All right, so it looks like we're going to be going with Conan Exiles. Like I said, that's going to be doing the multiplayer server and all that. I very much enjoyed the other day. It's my first time playing with it. If that is not your jam, I totally understand. But, you know, don't forget to drop the follow. That way you can find your way back here in the future if you enjoyed the content. If you haven't enjoyed the content, my name is Steve. And you can go ahead and report that to Twitch. No, I'm teasing. Alright, so what's going to end up happening here is it's going to take me a minute to get everything flipped over. I'm going to avoid opening the game for just a minute till I get everything else set up. Because the title screen music on Conan goes hard. And so let's get everything else set up before we do it. So Conan Exiles, there we go. And all the other stuff here. Let's see. First time player Conan Exiles. on Ultrasaurus's, we'll do the at Ultrasaurus. There we go. At Ultrasaurus's server with friends. I have no idea who's on right now. And so we'll get all that stuff. That'll have the categories all there. For those over on the YouTube, give me just a minute. I'm going to go ahead and get ourselves the next stream queued up. And then kick you over there. Let's see. I'm just going to put a lazy tile. Day 2 of Ultra... oh my god, it's so hard to do this. Ultrasauruses, there we go. Server. And all the rest should be fine. Make sure, there we go. For some reason, like 50-50 chance, whenever I set up a new like stream on the YouTube side, it'll uncheck the is this a paid promotion thing, which we have to have that because I have like, you'll notice like the fractal thing appear, so it is technically a sponsored stream and all that. But like 50-50 chance, it'll uncheck that box. And if it's unchecked and all that's going down, then technically I'm breaking TOS at that point because I would be getting compensated and not like saying it. And it's really annoying that's not consistent. All right, so we'll do that, save that. All right, so everyone over on YouTube, you're going to get punted from the stream for a minute and kicked over to the next one, and I'll see you there in a minute. All right, so now that they're out of there, everything about streaming on YouTube is dumb.